In this video, we want to show you what House of the Dragon Season 1 should have looked like. For example, the Valyrians are supposed to be white with silver hair. Rhaenys Targaryen is supposed to have black hair with a little silver, and most importantly, it is highly suspected that House Hightower have silver hair, not brown hair, since in the text their hair color is never mentioned, and the only Hightowers we know, Jorah Mormont's wife, Lynesse Hightower, and Margaery Tyrell's mother, Alicent Hightower, both have silver hair. So, in our version, Alicent and Otto Hightower both have silver hair, and that explains why Aegon, Helaena, Aemond, and Daeron all had silver hair as well. Not only that, but the Hightowers are secret Valyrians who arrived in Westeros before the taming of dragons in Old Valyria, and thus never got their own dragons until Alicent Hightower married King Viserys. Anyway, see for yourself what House of the Dragon Season 1 was supposed to look like. Did you know in the books, this was the state of House Targaryen and Westeros before the events of House of the Dragon? Gyldayn writes, "The seeds of war are oft planted during times of peace. So has it been in Westeros." The bloody struggle for the Iron Throne, known as the Dance of the Dragons, fought from 129 to 131 AC. Had its roots half a century earlier, during the longest and most peaceful reign that any of the conqueror's descendants ever enjoyed, that of Jaehaerys I Targaryen, the Conciliator. The old king and good Queen Alysanne ruled together until her death in 100 AC and produced 13 children. 4 of them, 2 sons and 2 daughters, grew to maturity, married, and even produced children of their own. Never before or since had the 7 kingdoms been blessed, or cursed in the view of some, with so many Targaryen princelings. From the loins of the old king and his beloved queen sprang such a confusion of claims and claimants that many maesters believed that the Dance of the Dragons or some similar struggle was inevitable. This is objectively not true. Louis IX had 11 children and a peaceful succession, so did Ramesses II, Casimir IV, Sejong the Great. But this situation is inspired by Edward III, who overthrew Edward II to become king while in France with his French mother, the same way Jaehaerys overthrew Maegor from hiding to become king. Both Jaehaerys and Edward III reigned for 50+ years and had loads of children, and both had their perfect heirs die before them. For example, Eddard III's son, the Black Prince, was the inspiration for Baelor Breakspear. Therefore, after Edward III came the child king Richard II, who ironically was the inspiration for Joffrey and was overthrown by the Lancasters or Lannisters. Anyway, enough English history. What made the Dance of the Dragons inevitable were the actions of the Maesters of the Citadel, the Faith of the Seven, and House Hightower, or as we like to call them, the Old Town Conspiracy. Gyldayn writes, "This was not apparent in the early years of Jaehaerys' reign, for in Prince Aemon and Prince Balon, his grace had the proverbial heir and despair, and seldom has the realm been blessed with 2 more able princes." Gyldayn writes, "In 62 AC, at the age of 7, Aemon, Rhaenys' dad, was formally anointed Prince of Dragonstone and heir to the Iron Throne. Knighted at 17, a tourney champion at 20, he became his father's Justicar and Master of Laws at 6 and 20. Though he never served his father as Hand of the King, that was only because that office was occupied by Septon Bath, the old king's most trusted friend and companion of my labours. Nor was Baelon Targaryen any less accomplished. The younger prince earned his knighthood at 16 and was wed at 18. Though he and Aemon enjoyed a healthy rivalry, no man doubted the love that bound them. The succession appeared solid as stone, But the stone began to crack in 92 AC when Aemon, Prince of Dragonstone, was slain on Tarth by a Myrish crossbow bolt loosed at the man beside him. The king and queen mourned his loss and the realm with them, but no man was more bereft than Prince Balon, who went at once to Tarth and avenged his brother by driving the Myrmen into the sea. Now, there is a theory that a faceless assassin was used to kill Aemon, who was only 37 when he died, since Aemon was such an accomplished man, like Baelor Breakspear, that if he had been allowed to rule, he could have stamped out any potential threat of a Targaryen civil war with his dragon Caraxes and his brother Balon's help who rode Vhagar. And Balon would have accepted Rhaenys as next in line following the death of Jaehaerys, but since Aemon died first, Jaehaerys' chauvinism created the first opening for the Old Town conspiracy to exploit and bring about a Targaryen civil war. But really, had Aemon not died, the Targaryen dynasty would have been secured for probably at least 50 years under Rhaenys, with Meleys and Lyanna with Vhagar, both with powerful husbands and children who were also dragon riders. Then Baelor Targaryen with Moondancer would have succeeded, but that's only if Lyanna still ended up marrying Daemon. Maybe in this world, as a way to ensure Rhaenys' line inherited the Iron Throne, Lyanna marries Daemon since he is the most dangerous son from Balon's line. Gyldayn writes, "On his return to King's Landing, Balon was hailed as a hero by cheering throngs and embraced by his father the king, who named him Prince of Dragonstone and heir to the Iron Throne. It was a popular decree. The small folk loved Balon the Brave, and the lords of the realm saw him as his brother's obvious successor. But Prince Aemon had a child. His daughter, Rhaenys, born in 74 AC, had grown into a clever, capable, and beautiful young woman. In 90 AC, at the age of 16, she had wed the king's admiral and master of ships, Corlys of House Valyrion, Lord of the Tides, known as the Sea Snake after the most famous of his many ships. Moreover, Princess Rhaenys was with child when her father died. By granting Dragonstone to Prince Balon, King Jaehaerys was not only passing over Rhaenys, but also, possibly, her unborn son. The king's decision was in accord with well-established practice. Aegon the Conqueror had been the first lord of the Seven Kingdoms, not his sister Visenya 2 years his elder. Jaehaerys himself had followed his usurping uncle Maegor on the Iron Throne, though had the order of birth alone ruled, his sister Rhaena had a better claim. Now, it's true Targaryen kings do choose their successors. For example, Maegor named the female Arya as his successor, but since Maegor was overthrown in 48 AC, Jaehaerys became king over Arya, who was 6 years old, and her mother, Dreamfire Rhaena, who was 19. Dreamfire Rhaena is kinda like Rhaenys in that she was passed over in favor of her younger brother, Jaehaerys. However, Jaehaerys' decision here was so stupid, considering Rhaenys was 18 in 92 AC, a dragon rider, and married to the most powerful man in Westeros, barring a dragon of his own. This is such a no-brainer. Balon wasn't even asking for the crown or applying any pressure on Jaehaerys to do this. It was just a self-owned decision that needn't have happened, and a real spit in the face of Aemon's legacy to disinherit his daughter that he loved. Just Gyldayn writes, Jaehaerys did not make his decision lightly. He is known to have discussed the matter with his small council. Undoubtedly, he consulted Septon Bath as he did on all important matters, and the views of Grand Maester Elessar were given much weight. Again, here is the Old Town conspiracy sowing the seeds of the Dance of the Dragons by influencing Jaehaerys' decision. All were in accord. Balon, a seasoned knight of 35, was better suited for rule than the 18-year-old Princess Rhaenys or her unborn babe, who might or might not be a boy, whereas Prince Balon had already sired 2 healthy sons, Viserys and Daemon. The love of the commons for Balon the Brave was also cited. Some dissented. Rhaenys herself was the first to raise objection. "You would rob my son of his birthright," she told the king, with a hand upon her swollen belly. Her husband, Corlys Velaryon, was so wroth that he gave up his admiralty and his place on the small council and took his wife back to Driftmark. Lady Jocelyn of House Baratheon, Rhaenys' mother, was also angered, as was her formidable brother, Bormund, Lord of Storm's End. The most prominent dissenter was good Queen Alicent, who helped her husband rule the 7 kingdoms for many years, and now saw her son's daughter being passed over because of her sex. "A ruler needs a good head and a true heart," she famously told the king. "A is not essential. If your grace truly believes that women lack the wit to rule, plainly you have no further need of me." And thus Queen Alicent departed King's Landing and flew to Dragonstone on her dragon Silverwing. She and King Jaehaerys remained apart for 2 years, the period of estrangement recorded in the histories as the Second Quarrel. All Jaehaerys did by listening to his Old Town conspirators was divide the House of the Dragon, whereas if Rhaenys were heir, Balon would have been fine with it since he loved his brother. Sure, Viserys and Daemon might have coveted the crown, but neither of them had dragons and were both 15 and 11 years old. What threat were they really? Gyldayn writes, "The old king and the good queen were again reconciled in 94 AC by the good offices of their daughter, Septa Megala, but never reached accord on the succession. The queen died of a wasting illness in 100 AC at the age of 4 and 60, still insisting that her granddaughter Rhaenys and her children had been unfairly cheated of their rights. The boy in the belly, the unborn child who had been the subject of so much debate, proved to be a girl when born in 93 AC. Her mother named her Laena. The next year, Rhaenys gave her a brother, Lenore. Prince Balon was firmly entrenched as heir apparent by then, yet House Valyrian and House Baratheon clung to the belief that young Lenore had a better claim to the Iron Throne, and some few even argued for the rights of his elder sister, Laena, and their mother, Rhaenys. There were weddings as well. In 93 AC, she attended the wedding of Prince Balon's eldest son, Viserys, to Lady Aemma of House Arryn, the 11-year-old child of the late Princess Daella. Their marriage was not consummated until the bride had flowered 2 years later. In 97, the good queen saw Balon's second son, Daemon, take to wife Lady Rhys of House Royce, heir to the ancient castle of Runestone in the Vale. It is actually quite disgusting that Aemma was made to sleep with Viserys as soon as humanly possible just so he could secure an heir. Meanwhile, if you look at a map of King's Landing, you can see that Balon's sons are securing the Vale to ensure their line succession, since House Baratheon and Valyrian are Rhaenys' supporters and both surround King's Landing. If it does come to war, the Knights of the Vale will ride down and clash with the Stormlords for control of King's Landing, and the fleet from Gulltown will have to face off against the Valyrians. Furthermore, Viserys and Daemon both claimed their dragons after 92 AC to apply further pressure on Rhaenys to accept Balon's succession to the Iron Throne. Gyldayn writes, "The great tourney held at King's Landing in 98 AC to celebrate the 50th year of King Jaehaerys' reign surely gladdened the Queen's heart as well, for most of her surviving children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren returned to share in the feasts and celebrations. Not since the doom of Valyria had so many dragons been seen in one place at one time, it was truly said." The dragons there were Vermithor, known as the Bronze Fury. He was one of the largest and most powerful dragons in existence at the time and belonged to King Jaehaerys. Silverwing, a beautiful silvery grey dragon known for being relatively docile and highly synchronized with Vermithor and belonged to Queen Alicent. Vhagar, the last surviving dragon from Aegon's conquest and the largest living dragon following the death of Balerion, and belonged to Prince Baelon Targaryen. Meleys was known for her speed and her distinct scarlet scales and pink wing skins and belonged to Princess Rhaenys. Caraxes, known as the Bloodworm, a formidable, lean and aggressive red dragon, and belonged to Prince Daemon Targaryen after Aemon's death, and Balerion probably wasn't present but in the dragon's pit and belonged to Viserys. Gyldayn writes, "The final tilt, wherein the Kingsguard knights Sir Ryam Redwyn and Sir Clement Crabbe broke 30 lances against each other before King Jaehaerys proclaimed them co-champions, was declared to be the finest display of jousting ever seen in Westeros. A fortnight after the tourney's end, however, the king's old friend Septon Bath died peacefully in his sleep after serving ably as Hand of the King for 41 years. Jaehaerys chose the Lord Commander of his Kingsguard to take his place, but Sir Ryam Redwyn was no Septon Bath, and his undoubted prowess with a lance proved of little use to him as Hand. Some problems cannot be solved by hitting them with a stick, Grand Maester Allure famously observed. His Grace had no choice but to remove Sir Redmond after only a year in office. However, we suspect that he was removed so suddenly because Ryam could see the writing on the wall and that if something wasn't done soon, a Targaryen civil war would break out, and so Grand Maester Allure facilitated his removal in favour of Baelon as Hand to drive a further wedge between Rhaenys' line and Baelon's. Gyldayn writes, King Jaehaerys turned to his son Baelon to replace Ryam Redwyn, and in 99 AC, the Prince of Dragonstone became the king's hand as well. He performed his duties admirably. Though less scholarly than Septon Bath, the prince proved a good judge of men and surrounded himself with loyal subordinates and counselors. The realm will be well ruled when Baelon Targaryen sat the Iron Throne, lords and common folk agreed. It was not to be. In 101 AC, Prince Baelon complained of a stitch in his side whilst hunting in the Kingswood. The pain worsened when he returned to the city. His belly swelled and hardened, and the pain grew so severe it left him bedridden. Runketar, the new Grand Maester, only recently arrived from the Citadel after Allaire was felled by a stroke, and was able to bring the prince's fever down somewhat and give him some relief from agony with milk of the poppy. But his condition continued to worsen. On the 5th day of his illness, Prince Baelon died in his bedchamber in the Tower of the Hand, with his father sitting beside him holding his hand. After opening the corpse, Grand Maester Runketar put down the cause of death as a burst belly. All the 7 kingdoms wept for brave Baelon, and none more so than King Jaehaerys. So it is very suspicious that Baelon's death occurred after Allure died and Runketar arrived. Like, the timing is too conspicuous that the heir to the Iron Throne dies by an illness that only a Grand Maester could diagnose and treat, just as the old Grand Maester dies and is replaced by a new one from the Citadel. Gyldayn writes, with both of the heirs apparent dead and burnt, there was no longer a clear successor to the Iron Throne, but that was not to say that there were any lack of claimants. This time, when he lit his son's funeral pyre, he did not even have the comfort of his beloved wife beside him. The old king had never been so alone. And now, again, his grace faced a nettlesome dilemma, for once more the succession was in doubt. Gyldayn writes, Baelon had sired 3 sons by his sister Alyssa. 2, Viserys and Daemon, still lived. Had Baelon ever taken the Iron Throne, Viserys would have followed him without question. But the Crown Prince's tragic death at the age of 44 muddied the succession. The claims of Princess Rhaenys and her daughter Laena Velaryon were put forward once again, and even if they were to be passed over on accounts of their sex, Rhaenys' son, Lenore, faced no such impediment. Lenore Velaryon was male and could claim descent from Jaehaerys' elder son, whilst Balon's boys were descended from the younger. Moreover, King Jaehaerys still had one surviving son, Vaegon, an archmaester at the Citadel, holder of the ring and rod and mask of yellow gold. Known to history as Vaegon the Dragonless, his very existence had been largely forgotten by most of the Seven Kingdoms. Though only 40 years of age, Vaegon was pale and frail, a bookish man devoted to alchemy, astronomy, mathematics, and other arcane arts. Even as a boy, he had never been well liked. Few considered him a viable choice to sit the Iron Throne. So, in our opinion, Vaegon is a traitor to House Targaryen since he was accepted into the Archmaesters, which Maester Aemon was never accepted into because the Citadel never trusted him, which must mean Vaegon agrees with the Old Town conspiracy's dragonless ambitions and probably advised his father on the best course to further intensify the schism growing between Rhaenys' line and Balon's line for control of the Iron Throne. However, Rhaenys was too smart to be baited into a self-destructive civil war and would ultimately foil this plan by accepting the outcome of the Great Council with grace and retreating to Driftmark with her husband and children. Rhaenyra would not be as wise. Also, Rhaenys' struggle for the throne is very similar to Empress Matilda of England, 1102 to 1167. She was the designated heir of King Henry I and the first female claimant to see the English throne. She fought a 19-year civil war known as the Anarchy against her cousin Sir Stefan, pretty much the Green faction in House of the Dragon. Though she was never formally crowned queen, her son eventually succeeded Sir Stefan as King Henry II. Gildane writes, "And yet it was to Archmaester Vaegon that the old king turned now, summoning his last son to King's Landing. What passed between them remains a matter of dispute. Some say the king offered Vaegon the throne and was refused. Others assert that he only sought his counsel. Reports had reached the court that Corlys Velaryon was massing ships and men on Driftmark to defend the rights of his son, Lenore. Whilst Daemon Targaryen, a hot-tempered and quarrelsome young man of 20, had gathered his own band of sworn swords in support of his brother Viserys. A violent struggle for succession was likely no matter who the old king named to succeed him. No doubt that was why his grace seized eagerly on the solution offered by Archmaester Vaegon. King Jaehaerys announced his intent to convene a great council to discuss, debate, and ultimately decide the matter of succession. All the great and lesser lords of Westeros would be invited to attend, together with maesters from the Citadel of Oldtown and septors and septons to speak for the faith. Let the claimants make their cases before the assembled lords, his grace decreed. He would abide by the council's decision, whomever they might choose. A great council was likely chosen by Vaegon and Jaehaerys because with Balon dead and his dragon Vhagar out of the picture, Jaehaerys was too old to ride Vermithor, and with Viserys' dragon Balerion unusable and about to die, Rhaenys was going to win. Because this impending war for the Iron Throne would be between a 20-year-old Daemon with Caraxes against a 27-year-old Rhaenys with Meleys, it would be a close thing. But Rhaenys would have her husband, the richest house in Westeros, the Velaryons, and the Stormlands to support her. Daemon and Viserys would only have the Vale, but they would come way too late to the fighting. Honestly, because Rhaenys had her superior army and the navy defeats against Daemon as well as the claims to the Iron Throne, they had to rig a great council, which was the only way to defeat her. It was decided that the council would be held at Harrenhal, the largest castle in the realm. No one knew how many lords would come, since no such council had ever been held before, but it was thought prudent to have room for at least 500 lords and their tales. More than 1,000 lords attended. It took half a year for them to assemble. A few arrived even as the council was breaking up. Even Harrenhal could not contain such multitudes, for each lord was accompanied by a retinue of knights, squires, grooms, cooks, and serving men. Tywin Lannister, Lord of Castle Rock, brought 300 men with him. Not to be outdone, Lord Mathis Tyrell of Highgarden brought 500. Lords came from every corner of the realm, from the Dornish marches to the Shadow of the Wall, from the Three Sisters to the Iron Islands. The Evenstar of Tarth was there, and the Lord of the Lonely Light. From Winterfell came Lord Allard Stark, from Riverrun Lord Grover Tully, from the Vale Yorbit Royce, regent and protector for young Jean Arryn, Lady of the Eyrie. Even the Dornishmen were represented. The Prince of Dorne sent his daughter and 20 Dornish knights to Harrenhal as observers. The High Septon came from Oldtown to bless the assembly. A city of tents sprang up outside the walls of Harrenhal and along the lakeshore for leagues in each direction. For a time, Harrenhal was the fourth city in the realm. Only Oldtown, King's Landing, and Lannisport were bigger. If Viserys had just been married to Rhaenys, problem solved. But 12 years earlier, in 89 AC, Rhaenys joined King Jaehaerys for part of his royal progress. She flew on Mealy's to Highgarden to meet up with Jaehaerys, and together they flew to all 4 of the Shield Islands. On Greenshield, she informed the king about her intention to marry Lord Corlys Valyrion and received her grandfather's blessing. Rhaenys married Corlys a year later in 90 AC at the age of 16. She insisted on arriving at the wedding on the back of Mealy's. 2 years later, Rhaenys learned that she was pregnant with her first child, and that same year, her father Aemon died. Gyldayn writes, "The tenuous claims of 9 lesser competitors were considered and discarded. One such, a hedge knight who put himself forward as a natural son of King Jaehaerys himself, was seized and imprisoned when the king exposed him as a liar." This probably was Jaehaerys' son that he fathered while building his roads, and the fact that Jaehaerys imprisons him shows you what kind of man Jaehaerys really was. Gyldayn writes, "Archmaester Vaegon was ruled out on account of his vows, and Princess Rhaenys and her daughter Laena on account of their sex, leaving the 2 claimants with the most support. Viserys Targaryen, eldest son of Prince Baelon and Princess Alysanne, and Lenore Valyrion, the son of Princess Rhaenys and grandson of Prince Aemon. Viserys was the old king's grandson, Lenore his great-grandson. The principle of primogeniture favored Lenore, the principle of proximity Viserys. Viserys had also been the last Targaryen to ride Balerion, though after the death of the Black Dread in 94 AC, he never mounted another dragon, whereas the boy Lenore had yet to take his first flight upon his young dragon, a splendid grey and white beast he named Seasmoke. But Viserys' claim derived from his father, Lenore's from his mother, and most lords felt that the male line must take precedence over the female. Moreover, Viserys was a man of 24, Lenore a boy of 7. For all these reasons, Lenore's claim was generally regarded as the weaker, but the boy's mother and father were such powerful and influential figures that it could not be dismissed entirely. The problem with making Viserys king is that this road means there will always need to be a great council to decide each king, which isn't a bad idea, except for the fact Viserys makes Rhaenyra heir and doesn't bother with a great council before his death. So Viserys only wants a great council when it suits his wishes. Instead, he should have called a great council in 125 when Aegon was 18 to have the lords and ladies of Westeros vote between Rhaenyra and Aegon, which Rhaenyra would lose, and this would avoid a Targaryen civil war. Gyldayn writes, "The Valyrians had come to Westeros even before the Targaryens, if their family histories can be believed. settling in the gullet on the low-lying and fertile isle of Driftmark rather than its stony, smoking neighbour Dragonstone. Though never dragon riders, the Valyrians had for centuries remained the oldest and closest allies of the Targaryens. The sea was their element, not the sky. During the conquest, it was Valyrian ships that carried Aegon's soldiers across Blackwater Bay, and later formed the great part of the royal fleet. Throughout the first century of Targaryen rule, so many Lords of the Tide served on the small council as Master of Ships that the office was widely seen as almost hereditary. The first Lord Commander of the Kingsguard was a Valyrian called Ser Corlys. His elder brother, Lord Aethan Valyrian, became Master of Ships for King Aegon I Targaryen. He was replaced as Master of Ships by his own son, Lord Daemon Valyrian. Lord Aethan's daughter, Alyssa, was married to Aegon's elder son, Prince Aenys Targaryen, heir to the Iron Throne, with whom she had 6 children: Dreamfire Rhaena, Aegon the Uncrowned, Jaehaerys, and Alysanne. Alyssa Valyrian's son, Jaehaerys, became king at the age of 14, and Alyssa ruled as his regent, aided by her new husband, Lord Rhaegar Baratheon. Alyssa gave Rhaegar 2 children, Boromund and Jocelyn Baratheon. Jocelyn married Aemon and gave birth to Rhaenys, which is why House Baratheon and Valyrian support Rhaenys. Gyldayn writes, "Yet even with such forebears, Corlys Valyrian was a man apart, a man as brilliant as he was restless, as adventurous as he was ambitious. It was traditional for the sons of the Seahorse, the sigil of House Valyrian, to be given a taste of a seafarer's life when young, but no Valyrian before or since ever took to shipboard life as eagerly as the boy who would become the sea snake. He first crossed the narrow sea at the age of 6, sailing to Pentos with an uncle. Thereafter, Corlys made such voyages every year. Nor did he travel as a passenger. He climbed masts, tied knots, scrubbed decks, pulled oars, caulked leaks, raised and lowered sails, manned the crow's nest, learned to navigate and steer." Gyldayn writes, "At age 16, he became a captain himself. In the years that followed, his ships were larger and swifter, his voyages longer and more dangerous. He took ships around the bottom of Westeros to visit Old Town, Lannisport, and Lordsport on Pike. He sailed to Lys, Tyrosh, Pentos, and Myr. He took the Summer Maid to Volantis and the Summer Isles, and the Ice Wolf north to Braavos, Eastwatch by the Sea, and Hardhome, before turning into the Shivering Sea for Lorath and the port of Ibn. On a later voyage, he and the Ice Wolf headed north once more, searching for a rumoured passage around the top of Westeros, but finding only frozen seas and icebergs big as mountains. If any of you have seen the Terror TV show, you would know trying to sail through the Arctic is absolutely terrifying." Gyldayn writes, "Traders from Old Town and the Arbor Oft sailed as far as Qarth in search of spice, silk, and other treasures, but Corlys Valyrian and the Sea Snake were the first to go beyond, passing through the Jade Gate to Yitai, which is China, and the Isle of Leng, returning with such a rich load of silk and spice that he doubled the wealth of House Valyrian in a stroke. On his second voyage in the Sea Snake, he sailed even further, to Asshai by the Shadow. On his third, he tried the Shivering Sea instead, becoming the first Westerosi to navigate the Thousand Islands and visit the bleak, cold shores of Nagai and Musovi. In the end, the Sea Snake made 9 voyages. On the 9th, Ser Corlys took her back to Qarth with enough gold to buy 20 more ships and load them all with saffron, pepper, nutmeg, elephants, and bolts of the finest silk. Only 14 of the fleet arrived safely at Driftmark, and all the elephants died at sea. Yet even so, the profits from that voyage were so vast that the Valyrians became the wealthiest house in the 7 Kingdoms, eclipsing even the Hightowers and Lannisters, albeit briefly. Gyldayn writes, "Though Corlys had accomplished much and more in life, he was seldom satisfied. In Rhaenys Targaryen, daughter of the old king's eldest son and heir, he had found his perfect match. A woman as spirited and beautiful and proud as any in the realm, and a dragon rider as well. His sons and daughters would soar through the skies, Lord Corlys expected, and one day one of them would sit the Iron Throne. Unsurprisingly, the sea snake was bitterly disappointed when Prince Aemon died and King Jaehaerys bypassed Aemon's daughter, Rhaenys, in favor of his brother, Balon the Spring Prince. But now, it seemed, the wheel had turned again, and the wrong could be righted. Thus did Lord Corlys and his wife, the Princess Rhaenys, arrive at Harrenhal in high state, using the wealth and influence of House Valyrian to persuade the lords assembled that their son Lenore should be recognized as heir to the Iron Throne. In these efforts, they were joined by the Lord of Storm's End, Borman Baratheon, son of Rhaegar Baratheon and Alyssa Balerion, by Lord Stark of Winterfell, Lord Manderley of White Harbour, Lord Dustin of Barraton, Lord Blackwood of Raventree, Lord Bar Emmon of Sharp Point, Lord Celtigar of Claw Isle, and others. They were nowhere near enough. Though Lord and Lady Valyrion were elegant and open-handed in their efforts on behalf of their son, the decision of the Great Council was never truly in doubt. By a lopsided margin, the lords assembled chose Viserys Targaryen as the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. Though the maesters who tallied the votes never revealed the actual numbers, it was said afterward that the vote had been more than 20-1. No offense, but the fact that the maesters counted the votes means that the result was always going to be what most disadvantaged House Targaryen, which would be promoting a lower and weaker branch of the Targaryen family to the Iron Throne, which is what Viserys was with no dragon of his own, no Valyrian wealth, and a temperament not really suited to kingship. This is different to HBO's King Viserys, who was the stuff of kings and did try his best. Gildane writes, King Jaehaerys had not attended the Great Council, but when word of their verdict reached him, His Grace thanked the lords for their service and gratefully conferred the style Prince of Dragonstone upon his grandson Viserys. Storm's End and Driftmark accepted the decision, if grudgingly. The vote had been so overwhelming that even Lenore's father and mother saw that they could not hope to prevail. In the eyes of many, the Great Council of 101 AC thereby established an iron precedent on matters of succession, which King Viserys would ignore by the way, so it's not really an iron precedent. Regardless of seniority, the Iron Throne of Westeros could not pass to a woman, nor through a woman to her male descendants. Of the last years in the reign of King Jaehaerys, little and less need be said. As his new hand, Jaehaerys called upon Sir Otto Hightower, younger brother to Lord Hightower of Oldtown. Sir Otto brought his wife and children to court with him, and served King Jaehaerys faithfully for the years remaining to him. There was probably a trade here. Viserys would win the Iron Throne, and Lord Strong, who hosted the Great Council of 101, would be brought onto the small council, and the maesters who counted the votes had Otto Hightower installed as Hand of the King afterwards. We suspect that the Hightowers are silver-haired Valyrians since, in the books, Lenesi Hightower, Jorah's wife, has silver hair and he says she looks like Daenerys. In the histories, we learn House Hightower is ancient, existing since the dawn of days. While most scholars believe they descend from the first men, Maester Yandel says they descend from the seafarers and traders that settled in Oldtown at an earlier time, coming to Westeros before the first men. We believe the Hightowers are Valyrian traders who left before the taming of dragons in Old Valyria and thus didn't get their own dragons. However, with their silver hair and genetics, we know through Alicent that if Hightowers marry Targaryens and get dragon eggs, they can be dragon riders and hatchers. Now, was the Hightowers' plan to usurp the Targaryens with their Valyrian blood, Or did they have dragonless ambitions in accordance with the maesters of the Citadel? As the old king's strength and wits began to fail, he was oft confined to his bed. So Otto's precocious 15-year-old daughter, Alicent, became his constant companion, fetching his grace his meals, reading to him, helping him to bathe and dress himself. The old king sometimes mistook her for one of his daughters, calling her by their names. Near the end, he grew certain that she was his daughter, Sarah, returned to him from beyond the narrow sea. Sarah was a daughter of Jaehaerys that he forced to marry after finding out she had been sleeping around, so she escaped from Westeros and became a wealthy prostitute in the Free Cities. One of her sons even tried to claim the Iron Throne at the Great Council. In the year 103 AC, King Jaehaerys I Targaryen died in his bed as Lady Alicent was reading to him from Septon Bath's Unnatural History. His Grace was 69 years of age and had reigned over the Seven Kingdoms since coming to the Iron Throne at the age of 14. His remains were burnt in the Dragon Pit, his ashes interred with good Queen Alysanne's on Dragonstone. All of Westeros mourned. Even in Dawn, where his writ had not extended, men wept and women tore their garments. His grandson Viserys succeeded him, mounting the Iron, and at the time of his ascent, King Viserys was 26 years old. He had been married for a decade to a cousin, Lady Aemma of House Arryn, herself a granddaughter of the old king and good Queen Alysanne through her mother, the late Princess Daela, died in 82 AC. Lady Aemma had suffered several miscarriages and the death of one son in the cradle over the course of her marriage. Some maesters felt she had been married and bedded too young, but she had also given birth to a healthy daughter, Rhaenyra, born 97 AC. Again, Book Viserys is just not a good guy the more you look at his actions, and kind of an idiot for allowing the Dance of the Dragons to happen right after his death. Gyldayn writes, "The new King Viserys and his Queen Aemma both doted on the girl Rhaenyra, their only living child. Many consider the reign of King Viserys I to represent the apex of Targaryen power in Westeros. Beyond a doubt, there were more lords and princes claiming the blood of the dragon than at any other period before or since. Though the Targaryens had continued their traditional practice of marrying within the family wherever possible, there had also been important matches outside the royal family, the fruit of which would play important roles in the war to come. There were more dragons than ever before as well, and several of the she-dragons were regularly producing clutches of eggs. Not all these eggs hatched, but many did, and it became customary for the fathers and mothers of newborn princelings to place a dragon's egg in their cradles, following a tradition that Princess Rhaenyra had begun many years before. The children so blessed invariably bonded with the hatchlings to become dragon riders. So, as this passage indicates, there are suddenly more dragon eggs being produced and hatched. The last time this happened was with Jaehaerys' sister, Rhaena, which is probably why the maesters made sure she did not become queen. So, in House Targaryen, there are special female Targaryen with she-dragons who can produce and hatch dragon eggs, such as Dreamfire Rhaena, who placed a dragon egg in the cradles of her younger brother, Jaehaerys, and sister, Alysanne, from which their dragons Vermithor and Silverwing hatched. Rhaena also hatched her own dragon, Dreamfire, and probably had a hand in hatching Aemon's dragon, Caraxes, in 72 AC. Thereafter, she was removed from King's Landing and left in Harrenhal to die without hatching more dragon eggs. Now, like Rhaena, Rhaenys is also hatching dragon eggs through Meleys and her son, Lenore's dragon Quicksilver, and probably Moondancer. Therefore, she couldn't be allowed to sit on the Iron Throne. Unfortunately, Viserys' daughter Rhaenyra is also a special female Targaryen hatching Syrax, Vermax, Arax, and Tyraxis. As queen, any of these women, Rhaena, Rhaenys, and Rhaenyra could have helped spawn a second Valyria in Westeros and had to be stopped by the Old Town conspiracy. Gyldayn writes, Viserys I Targaryen had a genuous, amiable nature and was well loved by his lords and small folk alike. The reign of the young king, as the commons called him upon his ascent, was peaceful and prosperous. His grace's open-handedness was legendary, and the Red Keep became a place of song and splendor. King Viserys and Queen Aemma hosted many a feast and tourney, and lavished gold, offices, and honors on their favorites. At the center of their merriment, cherished and adored by all, was their only surviving child, Princess Rhaenyra, the little girl the court singers dubbed the Realm's Delight. Though only 6 when her father came to the Iron Throne, Rhaenyra Targaryen was a precocious child, bright and bold and beautiful, as only one of dragon's blood can be beautiful. At 7, she became a dragon rider, taking to the sky on the young dragon she named Syrax, after a goddess of old Valyria. At 8, the princess was placed into service as a cupbearer, but for her own father, the king. At table, at tourney, and at court, King Viserys thereafter was seldom seen without his daughter by his side. So, every Targaryen king, after Aegon the Conqueror and before the dance, is either a black dragon who doesn't have the support of the Faith, House Hightower, and the Maesters, or a green dragon who does have the support of Oldtown. Aenys was a black dragon, which is why the Faith rose up against him. So was Maegor, which is why he crushed the Faith and stripped them of their ability to arm themselves, greatly reducing their strength. Rhaena was the rightful queen of Westeros and producing dragon eggs, which made her a black dragon. So Oldtown rallied behind Jaehaerys and made him king. Thus he and his children were green dragons. Rhaenys began producing dragon eggs and hatching them, so she was a black dragon. Therefore, Oldtown stole the throne from her and gave it to Balon and his son Viserys, making them green dragons. Unfortunately, as we see in this chapter, Rhaenyra is hatching dragon eggs, which makes her a black dragon, so Oldtown now needs a green dragon to oppose her. Gyldayn writes, Meanwhile, the tedium of rule was left largely to the king's small council and his hand. So Otto Hightower had continued in that office, serving the grandson as he had the grandsire. An able man, all agreed, though many found him proud, brusque, and haughty. The longer he served, the more imperious Sir Otto became, it was said, and many great lords and princes came to resent his manner and envy him his access to the Iron Throne. The greatest of his rivals was Daemon Targaryen, the king's ambitious, impetuous, moody younger brother. As charming as he was hot-tempered, Prince Daemon had earned his knight's spurs at 6 and 10, and had been given Dark Sister by the old king himself in recognition of his prowess. Though he had wed the Lady of Runestone in 97 AC during the old king's reign, the marriage had not been a success. Prince Daemon found the Vale of Arryn boring. In the Vale, the men sheep, he wrote. You cannot fault them, their sheep are prettier than their women. And soon developed a mislike of his lady wife, whom he called my bronze after the runic bronze armor worn by the lords of House Royce. Upon the ascension of his brother to the Iron Throne, the prince petitioned to have his marriage set aside. Viserys denied the request, but did allow Daemon to return to court, where he sat on the small council serving as Master of Coin from 103 to 104, and Master of Laws for half a year in 104. So, was Rhae given to Daemon because she was barren, the same way Maegor was given Cerys Hightower, who was also barren? It is very difficult to say. It could be a coincidence, but it does seem plausible that twice the more powerful younger brother has been given a wife with which he cannot produce an heir, as a way to shore up the weaker older brother's reign. Because unlike Viserys, Daemon had a dragon and would not be susceptible to Old Town influence, making him a black dragon, whereas Viserys was a green dragon who accommodated Old Town by making Otto his hand and taking no interest in ruling the realm. Gyldayn writes, "Governors bored this warrior prince, however. He did better when King Viserys made him commander of the city watch. Finding the watchmen ill-armed and clad in oddments and rags, Daemon equipped each man with dirk, short sword, and cudgel, armored them in black ringmail, and gave them golden cloaks that they might wear with pride. Ever since, the men of the city watch had been known as gold cloaks. Prince Daemon took eagerly to the work of the gold cloaks, and oft prowled the alleys of King's Landing with his men. That he made the city more orderly no man could doubt, but his discipline was a brutal one. He delighted in cutting off the hands of pickpockets, gelding and slitting the noses of thieves, and slew 3 men in street brawls during his first year as commander. Before long, the prince was well known in all low places of King's Landing. He became a familiar sight in wine sinks, where he drank for free, and gambling pits, where he always left with more coin than when he entered. Though he sampled countless in the city's brothels, and was said to have an especial fondness for deflowering maidens, a certain Liceni dancing girl soon became his favorite. Mysaria was the name she went by, though her rivals and enemies called her Misery, the White Worm. As King Viserys had no living son, Daemon regarded himself as the rightful heir to the Iron Throne, and coveted the title Prince of Dragonstone, which his grace refused to grant him. But by the end of the year 105 AC, he was known to his friends as the Prince of the City, and to the small folk as Lord Fleabottom. Giving Daemon this position really backfires in the future during the Dance of the Dragons, since even after 20 years, the City Watch remained loyal to Daemon despite everything that the Greens try to do and make the City Watch theirs. Mysaria is also a more terrifying figure in the books. Her and Larys Strong seem to be having a secret underground war for control of King's Landing that the show sadly didn't include. Gyldayn writes, "Though the king did not wish Daemon to succeed him, he remained fond of his younger brother and was quick to forgive his many offences. Princess Rhaenyra was also enamored of her uncle, for Daemon was ever attentive to her. Whenever he crossed the narrow sea upon his dragon, he brought her some exotic gift on his return. The king had grown soft and plump over the years. Viserys never claimed another dragon after Ballerion's death, nor did he have much taste for the joust, the hunt, or swordplay, whereas Prince Daemon excelled in these spheres, and seemed all that his brother was not. Lean and hard, a renowned warrior, dashing, daring, more than a little dangerous. Sir Otto Hightower, the king's hand, took a great dislike to the king's brother. It was Sir Otto who convinced Viserys to remove Prince Daemon as Master of Coin, and then as Master of Laws, actions the hand soon came to regret. As commander of the City Watch with 2,000 men under his command, Daemon was more powerful than ever. On no account can Prince Daemon be allowed to ascend to the Iron Throne. The hand wrote his brother, Lord of Oldtown. He would be a second Maegor the Cruel, or worse. So, unlike Maegor, Daemon would be standing on the shoulders of King Maegor's achievements of breaking the back of the Faith, which was the military arm of the Oldtown conspiracy. All that was left to Oldtown after Maegor's downfall was the Maesters and House Hightower, which Daemon could easily crush as king with his dragon. Maybe this is why Queen Aemma had to die, and House Hightower had to get themselves dragons through Alicent's children as a way to protect themselves from Daemon. It was Sir Otto's wish then that Princess Rhaenyra succeeded her father. Better the realm's delight than Lord Fleabottom, he wrote. Now, Old Town didn't know that Rhaenyra, like Rhaenys, can birth and hatch dragons through her children. Had they known, then they probably wouldn't have worked so hard to make Rhaenyra the next heir. Gildane writes, "It was Sir Otto's wish, back then, that Princess Rhaenyra succeeded her father, nor was he alone in his opinion. Yet his party faced a formidable hurdle. If the precedent set by the Great Council of 101 was followed, a male claimant must prevail over a female. In the absence of a true-born son, the king's brother would come before the king's daughter, as Balon had come before Rhaenys in 92 AC. As for the king's own views, all the chronicles agree that King Viserys hated dissension. Though far from blind to his brother's flaws, he cherished his memories of the free-spirited, adventurous boy that Daemon had been. His daughter was his life's great joy, he often said, but a brother is a brother. Time and time again, he strove to make peace between Prince Daemon and Sir Otto, but the enmity between the two men roiled endlessly beneath the false smiles they wore at court. When pressed upon the matter, King Viserys would only say that he was certain his queen would soon present him with a son. And in 105 AC, he announced to the court and small council that Queen Aemma was once again with child. During that same fateful year, Sir Criston Cole was appointed to the Kingsguard to fill the place created by the death of the legendary Sir Ryam Redwyne. So Ryam Redwyne was the hand who was probably trying to prevent the Dance of the Dragons and got stripped of his position. So it's ironic that he was replaced by the actual worst ever hand of the king who made himself a Kingslayer. Now, who is Criston Cole? Well, he probably wasn't a secret agent of the Old Town conspiracy and only joined the Green faction as a way to get revenge on Rhaenyra for spurning him or because he despised her sexual proclivities. And that's it. Also, Ryam Redwyne was the one who discovered his sworn brother, Sir Lucamore Strong, had broken his Kingsguard vows by fathering 16 children among 3 women he had secretly wed. Lucamore was gelded by his former sworn brothers of the Kingsguard, after which King Jaehaerys sent the disgraced knight to the wall to join the Night's Watch. Gildane writes, "Born the son of a steward in service to Lord Dondarrion of Blackhaven, Sir Criston was a comely young knight of 23 years. He first came to the attention of the court when he won the melee held at Maidenpool in honour of King Viserys' ascension. In the final moments of the fight, Sir Criston knocked Dark Sister from Prince Daemon's hand with his Morning Star, to the delight of his grace and the fury of the prince. Afterward, he gave the 7-year-old Princess Rhaenyra the victor's laurel and begged for her favour to wear in the joust. In the lists, he defeated Prince Daemon once again and unhorsed both of the celebrated Cargyle twins, Sir Aric and Sir Eric of the Kingsguard, before falling to Lord Lyman Mallister. With his pale green eyes, coal-black hair, and easy charm, Cole soon became a favourite of all the ladies at court, not the least amongst them Rhaenyra Targaryen herself. So smitten was she by the charms of the man she called My White Knight, that Rhaenyra begged her father to name Sir Criston her own personal shield and protector. His grace indulged her in this, as in so much else. Thereafter, Sir Criston always wore her favour in the lists and became a fixture at her side during feasts and frolics. So, the show was actually really smart to combine this event with Aemma's birthing and death, since it showcases the different battles men and women had to fight in the Middle Ages. A woman's battlefield was the bedroom chamber, both to get pregnant and then deliver a child. Approximately 10 to 20% of women would eventually die due to pregnancy or childbirth-related complications, but that was over the course of multiple pregnancies. For every 1 pregnancy, a woman had only a 1% chance of dying, which still isn't great, but the more children you have, the more likely you are to die. Also, having Viserys choose to save the child over his own wife was honestly so brutal. but in line with his character, and this part of the adaptation elevated the source material in our opinion. Gildane writes, "Not long after Sir Crichton donned his white cloak, King Viserys invited Lionel Strong, Lord of Harrenhal, to join the small council as Master of Laws. A big man, burly and balding, Lord Strong enjoyed a formidable reputation as a battler. Those who did not know of him oft took him for a brute, mistaking his silences and slowness of speech for stupidity. This was far from the truth. Lord Lionel had studied at the Citadel as a youth, earning 6 links of his chain before deciding that a maester's life was not for him. He was literate and learned, his knowledge of the laws of the 7 kingdoms exhaustive. Thrice wed and thrice a widower, the Lord of Harrenhal brought 2 maiden daughters and 2 sons to court with him. The girls became handmaids to Princess Rhaenyra, whilst their elder brother, Sir Harwin Strong, called Breakbones, was made a captain in the Goldcloaks. The younger boy, Larys the Clubfoot, joined the king's confessors. So, since Lionel earned 6 links of a maester's chain, he was clearly an agent of Oldtown, helped Viserys win the Great Council of 101 with the maesters, and in return, Viserys made Otto his hand and eventually put Lionel on his small council. Not right away, because then Rhaenys' faction could figure out that a deal had been made. So House Strong then placed one son in each camp, Harwin in Rhaenyra's Black Camp and Larys in Alicent's Green Camp, and both worked not to help either side win, but kill all the dragons, as you will see. Because Larys will do things that don't help the Green faction win, despite being on their side, but instead result in the most amount of dragons being killed. Whereas Harwin seduces Rhaenyra while she's married to Lenore. But what's strange is that in the books we don't know if Harwin and Larys have brown hair. Like Alicent and House Hightower, their hair colour is never mentioned, and the only person from House Strong whose hair we do know about is Lucamore Strong, who had blonde hair, which means that if Harwin also had blonde hair, Rhaenyra's children might not be Harwin's. But that's a theory for another video. Gildane writes, "Thus did matters stand in King's Landing late in the year 105 AC, when Queen Aemma was brought to bed in Maegor's Holdfast and died whilst giving birth to the son that Viserys Targaryen had desired for so long. The boy, named Balon after the king's father, survived her only by a day, leaving king and court bereft. Save perhaps for Prince Daemon, who was observed in a brothel on the Street of Silk, making drunken japes with his high-born cronies about the heir for a day. When word of this got back to the king, legend says that it was the sitting in Daemon's lap who informed on him, but evidence suggests it was actually one of his drinking companions, a captain in the Goldcloaks eager for advancement. King Viserys became livid. His Grace had finally had a surfeit of his ungrateful brother and his ambitions. Once his mourning for his wife and son had run its course, the king moved swiftly to resolve the long-simmering issue of the succession. Disregarding the precedent set by King Jaehaerys in 92 and the Great Council in 101, Viserys declared his daughter, Rhaenyra, to be his rightful heir, and named her Princess of Dragonstone. So, the Goldcloak eager for advancement that reported on Daemon to Viserys might have been Harwin, since we know he was in the City Watch, and as we'll see time and again, House Strong is just turning House Targaryen against itself. This is probably because House Strong, who are currently aligned with the Hightowers, know that if Viserys were to die tomorrow, Daemon would immediately expel Otto, Lionel, and anyone else he didn't trust from the court. Now, we don't think the Maesters did kill Prince Balon, since they probably wanted an heir for Viserys other than Daemon. So the death of Balon and Aemma forced them to get Viserys to change the line of succession towards Rhaenyra. However, the Maesters might have killed Aemma since Alicent was right there at court, ready to comfort the king in his grief and finally get themselves in the line of succession. And like Rhaenyra and Rhaenys, Alicent is also a special Valyrian who can hatch dragon eggs, as we see through her sons Aegon II and Daeron, with their dragons Sunfire and Tessarion. Remember, none of Jaehaerys' daughters were special Targaryens who could birth and hatch dragon eggs, or if they were killed off young. Gyldayn writes, "In a lavish ceremony at King's Landing, hundreds of lords did obeisance to the realm's delight as she sat at her father's feet at the base of the Iron Throne, swearing to honor and defend her right of succession. Prince Daemon was not amongst them, however. Furious at the king's decree, the prince quit King's Landing, resigning from the city watch. He went first to Dragonstone, taking his paramour Mysaria with him upon the back of his dragon Caraxes, the lean red beast that the small folk called the Bloodworm. There he remained for half a year, during which time he got Mysaria with child. When he learned that his concubine was pregnant, Prince Daemon presented her with a dragon's egg, but in this he again went too far and woke his brother's wrath. King Viserys commanded him to return the egg, send his away and return to his lawful wife, or else be attainted as a traitor. The prince obeyed, though with ill grace, dispatching Mysaria, eggless, back to Lys, whilst he himself flew to Runestone in the Vale, and the unwelcome company of his bronze. But Mysaria lost her child during a storm on the narrow sea. When word reached Prince Daemon, he spoke no syllable of grief, but his heart hardened against the king, his brother. Thereafter he spoke of King Viserys only with disdain, and began to brood day and night on the succession. So, had Daemon been allowed to present Mysaria with a dragon egg, House Targaryen could have had an extra adult rider in the form of Daemon and Mysaria's child to fight against the Greens in the Dance of the Dragons, which could have flipped the war from an even battle to a one-sided slaughter. But Viserys constantly undermines the power of House Targaryen, the same way Aenys forbade his brother Maegor from remarrying to produce more Targaryen dragon riders. Gyldayn writes, "Though Princess Rhaenyra had been proclaimed her father's successor, there were many in the realm, at court and beyond it, who still hoped that Viserys might father a male heir, for the young king was not yet 30. And now that Daemon is gone, it is time for the Hightowers to get themselves in the line of succession." Gyldayn writes, "Grand Maester Rukata was the first to urge his grace to remarry, even suggesting a suitable choice. The lady Laena Valyrion, who had just turned 12, a fiery young maiden freshly flowered. Lady Laena had inherited the beauty of a true Targaryen from her mother, Rhaenys, and a bold, adventurous spirit from her father, the Sea Snake. As Lord Corlys loved to sail, Laena loved to fly, and had claimed for her own no less a mount than mighty Vhagar, the oldest and largest of the Targaryen dragons since the passing of the Black Dread in 94 AC. By taking the girl to wife, the king could heal the rift that had grown up between the Iron Throne and Driftmark, Rukata pointed out, and Laena would surely make a splendid queen. Viserys the First Targaryen was not the strongest-willed of kings, it must be said. Always amiable and anxious to please, he relied greatly on the counsel of the men around him, and did as they bade more oft than not. In this instance, however, his grace had his own notion, and no amount of argument would sway him from his course. He would marry again, yes, but not to a 12-year-old girl, and not for reasons of state. Another woman had caught his eye. He announced his intention to wed Lady Alicent of House Hightower. the clever and lovely 18-year-old daughter of the king's hand, the girl who had read to King Jaehaerys as he lay dying. The Hightowers of Old Town were an ancient and noble family of impeccable lineage. There could be no possible objection to the king's choice of bride. This was definitely Viserys falling for psychological reactants, because what 30-year-old man would want to marry a 12-year-old girl? So, the Maesters, Lionel and Otto, pressed Viserys hard to marry Laena since it made so much sense on paper. But clearly Viserys would want an alternative, and this would force him to look around the court and see who else was available. And what do you know? The only other woman at hand suitable for marriage was Lady Alicent, who also took care of Viserys' grandfather Jaehaerys that he even mistook for her Sarah, indicating Alicent has silvery hair and was there when he died. Maybe by putting a pillow on his head because she was tired of bathing a 90-year-old man. Gildane writes, "Even so, there were those who murmured that the hand had risen above himself, that he had brought his daughter to court with this in mind. A few even cast doubt on Lady Alicent's virtue, suggesting she had welcomed King Viserys into her bed even before Queen Aemma's death. These calumnies were never proved, though Mushroom repeated them in his testimony and goes so far as to claim that reading was not the only service Lady Alicent performed for the old king in his bedchamber. In the Vale, Prince Daemon reportedly whipped the serving man who brought the news to him within an inch of his life. This was why they waited until Daemon was exiled to the Vale, and not immediately after Aemma's death to pressure Viserys to remarry." Gildane writes, "Nor was the sea snake pleased when word reached Driftmark. House Valyrian had been passed over once again. His daughter Laena scorned, just as his son Lenore had been scorned by the Great Council and his wife by the old king back in 92 AC. Only Lady Laena herself seemed untroubled. Her ladyship shows far more interest in flying than in boys," the Maester at High Tone wrote to the Citadel. When King Viserys took Alicent Hightower to wife in 106 AC, House Valyrian was notable for its absence. Princess Rhaenyra poured for her stepmother at the feast, and Queen Alicent kissed her and named her daughter. The princess was amongst the women who disrobed the king and delivered him to the bedchamber of his bride. Laughter and love ruled the Red Keep that night. So this is the event that caused the Dance of the Dragons, and instead Gildane talks about just how nice it was and that nothing bad came from Viserys' marriage to Alicent, except for the obvious downfall of House Targaryen and all its dragons. Also, Rhaenyra was 9 here and didn't realize her stepmother was planning to have her children usurp Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne. Obviously, the show had Rhaenyra and Alicent be the same age, which gives Alicent and Rhaenyra a real friends to enemy storyline, whereas in the book it's more an evil stepmother and a rebellious teen. Gildane writes, "Whilst across Blackwater Bay, Lord Corlys the Sea Snake welcomed the king's brother, Prince Daemon, to a war council. The prince had suffered all he could stand of the Vale of Arryn, Runestone, and his lady wife. Dark Sister was made for nobler tasks than slaughtering sheep. He is reported to have told the Lord of the Tides, she has a thirst for blood. But it was not rebellion that the prince had in mind. He saw another path to power. Lysmere and Tyrosh had made common cause in a war against Volantis. After winning, the 3 victorious cities formed the Triarchy and swept over the Stepstones with their combined armies and fleets under the command of Cragg's Crabfeeder when he staked out hundreds of captured pirates on the wet sands to drown beneath the rising tide. The conquest and annexation of the Stepstones at first was met with only approval from the lords of Westeros. However, Craggas and his Lysanne and Tyroshi co-admirals seemed to be vying with each other to see who was the greediest. The initial toll to pass through kept getting raised, again and again, and soon becoming so expensive that merchants who had once paid gladly now sought to slip past the galleys of the Triarchy as once they had the pirates. Of all the lords of Westeros, none suffered so much from these practices as Lord Corlys Velaryon, Lord of the Tides, whose fleets had made him as wealthy and powerful as any man in the Seven Kingdoms. So right now, Daemon has no political allies or wealth. His wife hates him and all he has is a dragon. However, Corlys, not willing to risk his wife, his 12-year-old son Lenore with sea smoke, or his 14-year-old daughter Laena with Vhagar, needs the Stepstones to stop charging so much in customs, and thus he has use of Daemon's dragon. Whereas Daemon has been outfoxed by Oldtown and needs the support of the Black faction. Although Daemon, Rhaenys, and Laena could have so easily taken King's Landing for themselves against Viserys, who was dragonless, with only a 9-year-old Rhaenyra and Syrax. Although which of them would then take the throne would cause them to fight each other. Gildain writes, "The Sea Snake was determined to put an end to the Triarchy's rule over the Stepstones, and in Daemon Targaryen he found a willing partner, eager for the gold and glory that victory in war would bring him. Shunning the king's wedding, they laid their plans in high tide on the Isle Driftmark. Lord Valyrion would command the fleet, Prince Daemon the army. They would be greatly outnumbered by the forces of the three daughters, but the prince would also bring to battle the fires of his dragon, Caraxes, the Bloodworm. It is not our purpose here to recount the details of the private war Daemon Targaryen and Corlys Velaryon waged on the Stepstones. Suffice it to say that the fighting began in 106 AC. Prince Daemon had little difficulty assembling an army of landless adventurers and second sons, and won many victories during the first 2 years of the conflict. In 108 AC, when at last he came face to face with Craghas Crabfeeder, he slew him single-handed and cut off his head with Darksister. King Viserys, doubtless pleased to be rid of his troublesome brother, supported his efforts with regular infusions of gold, and by 109 AC, Daemon Targaryen and his army of sellswords and cutthroats controlled all but 2 of the islands. And the Sea Snake's fleet had taken firm control of the waters between. It is funny how Ryan Condal chose to twist this passage into more TV to show Daemon's character assassination by trying to make it look like he wasn't able to take the measly Stepstones with his dragon, when, of course, Daemon could do this easily with Caraxes. The difficulty would be playing whack-a-mole until Daemon finally came face to face with Craghas, which is why it took 2 years of island hopping. Because the idea that caves would be a detriment that Daemon couldn't defeat makes no sense. Daemon and Corlys could just surround the caves and starve Craghas and his men inside the caves, and whenever resupplies came for Craghas, Daemon would burn it and wait for Craghas to come out. So, after Daemon defeated the Crabfeeder, Gildain writes, "During this brief moment of victory, Prince Daemon declared himself king of the Stepstones and the Narrow Sea, and Lord Corlys placed a crown upon his head, but their kingdom was far from secure. The next year, the kingdom of the three daughters dispatched a fresh invasion force under the command of a devish Tyroshi captain named Racalio Renune. Surely one of the most curious and flamboyant rogues in the annals of history, and Dawn joined the war in alliance with the Triarchy. Fighting resumed, though the Stepstones were engulfed in blood and fire. King Viserys and his court remained unperturbed. Let Daemon play at war. His grace is reported to have said, it keeps him out of trouble. Viserys was a man of peace, and during these years, King's Landing was an endless round of feasts, balls, and tourneys, where murmurs and singers heralded the birth of each new Targaryen princeling. Queen Alicent had soon proved to be as fertile as she was pretty. In 107 AC, she bore the king a healthy son, naming him Aegon, after the Conqueror. 2 years later, she produced a daughter for the king, Helena. In 110 AC, she bore him a second son, Aemond, who was said to be half the size of his elder brother, but twice as fierce. So this is the biggest indicator that Alicent and Otto are silver-haired, since all of Alicent's children have silver hair without a hint of any other color. Meanwhile, Rhaenys has black hair like her mother. Baelor Breakspear has brown hair because of his mother, same as his son Valar and Aegg's firstborn son, Duncan Targaryen. Whereas all of Alicent's children appear to be purebred Valyrians. Also, Daemon conquering the Stepstones is probably why the Triarchy joined the Green side to get back at Daemon for this war, which is why the Battle of Gullet happened. Also, a good reason for why the war in the Stepstones even happened is because the Triarchy were affecting Westerosi trade, which hurt both the Valyrians and Hightowers, and why Viserys was secretly funding the war and why Corlys orchestrated it. Or maybe Corlys orchestrated the war as a way to get Daemon to join his family and force Viserys to marry Rhaenyra to Lenore. Gildane writes, "Yet Princess Rhaenyra continued to sit at the foot of the Iron Throne when her father held court, and his grace began bringing her to meetings of the small council as well. Though many lords and knights sought her favour, the princess had eyes only for Sir Criston Cole, the young champion of the Kingsguard and her constant companion. Sir Criston protects the princess from her enemies, but who protects the princess from Sir Criston?" Queen Alicent asked one day at court. Preston Jacobs does a video essay on this, but Rhaenyra is 9 here, and Alicent has already started spreading rumours on her daughter-in-law that will only escalate from here. Gildane writes, "The amity between her grace and her stepdaughter had proved short-lived, for both Rhaenyra and Alicent aspired to be the first lady of the realm, and though the queen had given the king not 1 but 2 male heirs, Viserys had done nothing to change the order of succession. The Princess of Dragonstone remained his acknowledged heir, with half the lords of Westeros sworn to defend her rights. Those who asked, 'What of the ruling of the Great Council of 101?' found their words falling on deaf ears. The matter had been decided so far as King Viserys was concerned. It was not an issue his grace cared to revisit. Still, questions persisted, not the least from Queen Alicent herself. Loudest amongst her supporters was her father, Sir Otto Hightower, Hand of the King. Pushed too far on the matter in 109 AC, Viserys stripped Sir Otto of his chain of office and named in his place the taciturn Lord of Harrenhal, Lyonel Strong. 'This hand will not hector me,' his grace proclaimed." Viserys probably felt confident enough to do this since he named Lyonel Strong, another Oldtown crony to replace Otto. Black Dragon without the support of Oldtown would succeed to the Iron Throne. At first, the Black Dragon Oldtown feared was Daemon, but by spreading rumours on Rhaenyra, the realm's delight turned on Alicent and into the arms of the Black faction, Daemon, Corlys, and Rhaenys. Gildane writes, "Even after Sir Otto had returned to Oldtown, a Queen's Party still existed at court, a group of powerful lords friendly to Queen Alicent and supportive of the rights of her sons. Against them was pitted the party of the princess. King Viserys loved both his wife and daughter and hated conflict and contention. He strove all his days to keep the peace between his women and to please both with gifts and gold and honours. So long as he lived and ruled and kept the balance, the feasts and tourneys continued as before, and peace prevailed throughout the realm. Though there were some, sharp-eyed, who observed the dragons of one party snapping and spitting flame at the dragons of the other party whenever they chanced to pass near each other." So Preston Jacob does a great video series on this where he points out this passage is a lie. There were no dragons snapping at each other since Rhaenyra had one dragon, Syrax, and Aegon had Sunfire. But dragons in the plural spitting fire at the dragons of the other party wouldn't have been possible until after Daeron was born 3 years later in 114 AC. So this passage is just a lie. Gyldayn writes, in 111 AC, a great tourney was held at King's Landing on the 5th anniversary of the king's marriage to Queen Alicent. At the opening feast, the queen wore a green gown, whilst the princess dressed dramatically in Targaryen red and black. Note was taken, and thereafter it became the custom to refer to greens and blacks when talking of the queen's party and the party of the princess, respectively. So we guess up until this point, Alicent was wearing Targaryen colours, similar to how Catelyn always wore stark colours after she wedded Ned to show that she was fully behind her husband. But here, Alicent wears a green dress to make it clear to all the observers at court that she was still promoting the claim of her children as heirs, even after her father had been dismissed. This is kind of clever because the Green faction is quite weak here. Otto is gone and they can no longer publicly pester the king about changing the succession, so all they can do is voice their displeasure through a dress. And to Viserys, a dress can't be a form of protest, but it can to those who understand its meaning. Gyldayn writes, in the tourney itself, Rhaenyra's blacks had much the better of it when Sir Criston Cole, wearing Princess Rhaenyra's favour, unhorsed all of the Queen's champions, including 2 of her cousins and her younger brother, Sir Gwaine Hightower. So here, Criston Cole is still loyal to Rhaenyra, although with Daemon's return and Rhaenyra turning 14 years of age, their relationship is about to sour. Gyldayn writes, yet one was there who wore neither green nor black, but rather gold and silver. Prince Daemon had at last returned to court, wearing a crown and styling himself King of the Narrow Sea. He appeared unannounced in the skies above King's Landing on his dragon, circling thrice above the tawny grounds. But when at last came to earth, he knelt before his brother and offered up his crown as a token of his love and fealty. Viserys returned the crown and kissed Daemon on both cheeks, welcoming him home. And the lords and commons sent up thunderous cheer as the sons of the Spring Prince were reconciled. Amongst those cheering loudest was Princess Rhaenyra, who was thrilled at the return of her favourite uncle and begged him to stay a while. So Daemon offered Viserys his crown because he wanted to get out of this war in the Stepstones, which had turned into a bit of a Vietnam, and conquering is much easier than ruling. Viserys probably knew this, which is why he did not have Westeros annex the Stepstones in favour of just letting Corlys try and hold onto them. This is probably why Corlys crowned Daemon, to try and keep him there and fighting. Gyldayn writes, this much is known. As to what happened afterward, here we must look to our more dubious chroniclers. Prince Daemon did remain at King's Landing for half a year. That is beyond dispute. He even resumed his seat on the small council, according to Grand Maester Rukkhtar. But neither age nor exile had changed his nature. So, Gyldayn is trying to prime us with the rumours of Rhaenyra and Daemon's sinful affair, which honestly plays too much into the hands of Alicent to be true, and instead, Rhaenyra probably just tried to do something with Criston Cole, and that is it. Gyldayn writes, Daemon soon took up again with his old companions from the Gold Cloaks, and though he treated Queen Alicent with all the courtesy due her station, there was no warmth between them. And men said that the prince was notably cool toward her children, especially his nephews, Aegon and Aemond, whose birth had pushed him still lower in the order of succession. Princess Rhaenyra was a different matter. Daemon spent long hours in her company, enthralling her with tales of his journeys and battles. He gave her pearls and silks and books, and a jade tiara said once to have belonged to the Empress of Leng. Read poems to her, dined with her, hawked with her, sailed with her, entertained her by making mock of the greens at court, the lickspittles fawning over Queen Alicent and her children. He praised her beauty, declaring her to be the fairest maid in all of the 7 kingdoms. Uncle and niece began to fly together almost daily, racing Cyrax against Caraxes to Dragonstone and back. Here is where our sources diverge. Grand Maester Rugata says only that the brothers quarrelled again and Prince Daemon departed King's Landing to return to the Stepstones and his wars. So clearly Daemon was trying to marry Rhaenyra here, and this is why he left the Stepstones, but she only has eyes for Criston Cole. So Daemon tells her that as a Targaryen she can have as many husbands as she wants. This is why he gave her a tiara belonging to the Empress of Leng, who has 2 husbands. So this relationship is the catalyst for whether Rhaenyra will become a green dragon or a black dragon. Green dragons follow the faith, ally with Oldtown, only marry one wife, and be publicly faithful while cheating on their spouse behind their back. Jaehaerys did this with a common woman and had his bastard son imprisoned at the Great Council of 101. Viserys probably cheated on Aemma with Alicent before her death, since we already heard about this rumor earlier. However, black dragons don't cheat and just have polygamous marriages, such as Aegon the Conqueror with his sister wives, Maegor with his 6 wives, and Rhaenyra becomes a black dragon, taking Harwin, Laena, Daemon, and Lenore into her bed while still married. Black dragons marry those they will sleep with. Green dragons cheat in private to accommodate the faith. Gildain writes, "Of the course of the quarrel, Grand Maester Rugata does not speak. Others assert that it was at Queen Alicent's urging that Viserys sent Daemon away, but Septon Eustace and Mushroom tell another tale. Or rather, 2 such tales, each different from the other. Eustace, the less salacious of the 2, writes that Prince Daemon seduced his niece the princess and claimed her maidenhood. When the lovers were discovered abed together by Sir Aric Cargyle of the Kingsguard and brought before the king, Rhaenyra insisted she was in love with her uncle and pleaded with her father for leave to marry him. King Viserys would not hear of it, however, and reminded his daughter that Prince Daemon already had a wife. In his wrath, he confined his daughter to her chambers, told his brother to depart, and commanded both of them never to speak of what had happened. So Alicent did exactly what Cersei did in A Feast for Crows. She wanted Rhaenyra removed as heir, and since Rhaenyra was spending all her time with Daemon, she concocted a plan similar to Cersei, have Aric Cargyle, or in Cersei's case, Osney Kettleblack, confess to Septon Eustace, or the High Sparrow, about the young queen's infidelity. Now, the High Sparrow didn't believe this for a moment, and immediately tortured Osney until he got the truth, exposing Cersei. Meanwhile, Eustace fell for it, not realizing this is what Alicent wanted. If this is true, Viserys confronted his daughter and brother, who denied the allegations. However, both Eustace and Mushroom's testimonies claim that Daemon asked his brother to marry Rhaenyra, which Viserys refused. Rhaenyra probably wanted to marry Daemon so she would be allowed to sleep with Criston Cole. So Alicent was the one who urged Viserys to get rid of Daemon, and so Viserys does. But he forgives his brother 5 years later, so Daemon clearly didn't take Rhaenyra's virginity, and Viserys believed his daughter and brother had only talked of marriage. But that's it. Had Alicent not insisted, Daemon probably would have been allowed to stay in King's Landing. Now, there is a cool theory that the reason why Otto hates Daemon is because Daemon was the one who slept with Alicent before she married Viserys. So it wasn't Viserys who took her virginity, but Daemon. And this is why Alicent and Daemon's relationship is so frosty. This is also why Aric Cargyle joins the Greens later. No way Rhaenyra and Daemon would ever forgive him for lying to Viserys on behalf of Alicent. Gildane writes, "The tale as told by Mushroom is far more depraved, as is oft the case with his testimony. According to the dwarf, it was Sir Criston Cole that the princess yearned for, not Prince Daemon. But Sir Criston was a true knight, noble and chaste, and mindful of his vows, and though he was in her company day and night, he had never so much as kissed her, nor made any declaration of his love. When he looks at you, he sees the little girl you were, not the woman you've become." Daemon told his niece, "But I can teach you how to make him see you as a woman." He began by giving her kissing lessons, if Mushroom can be believed. From there, the prince went on to show his niece how best to touch a man to bring him pleasure, an exercise that sometimes involved Mushroom himself and his alleged enormous member. Daemon taught the girl to disrobe enticingly, suckled at her teats to make them larger and more sensitive, and flew with her on dragon back to lonely rocks in Blackwater Bay, where they could disport naked all day unobserved, and the princess could practice the art of pleasuring a man with her mouth. At night, he would smuggle her from her rooms dressed as a page boy and take her secretly to brothels on the Street of Silk, where the princess could observe men and women in the act of love and learn more of these womanly arts from the harlots of King's Landing. Just how long these lessons continued, Mushroom does not say, but unlike Septon Eustace, he insists that Princess Rhaenyra remained a maiden, for she wished to preserve her innocence as a gift for her beloved. So there is no way in a million years Mushroom was privy to all of this, and Rhaenyra would practice giving him oral. Zero chance. What could be a bigger mood killer than bringing an ugly dwarf like Mushroom on these sexual adventures? The fact that Gildane includes these stories shows just how biased he is. Although Mushroom claiming that Rhaenyra wanted to lose her maidenhood to Criston Cole does sound true, again, there are nuggets of truth in these obviously fictitious lies. Gildane writes, "But when at last Rhaenyra approached her White Knight, using all she had learned, Sir Criston was horrified and spurned her. The whole tale soon came out, in no part thanks to Mushroom himself. King Viserys at first refused to believe a word of it, until Prince Daemon confirmed the tale was true. 'Give the girl to me to wife,' he purportedly told his brother. Who else would take her now? Instead, King Viserys sent him into exile, never to return to the Seven Kingdoms on pain of death. This is such a lie. Viserys forgives Daemon in like 5 years, so no way Viserys believed these rumors or Daemon's confirmation of them as true. Viserys exiled Daemon for convincing Rhaenyra to want to marry her uncle while he still had a wife." Gildane writes, "Lord Strong, the king's head, argued that the prince should be put to death immediately as a traitor, but Septon Eustace reminded his grace that no man is as cursed as the kinslayer. Lionel Strong was a Hightower agent, so obviously he would push for Daemon's death. But the fact that Viserys refused his hand of the king's suggestion shows that he didn't believe the allegations against his brother and knew Daemon was trying to use his daughter's attraction for Criston Cole to marry him, so they could have a polygamous marriage. Therefore, Viserys ordered Daemon to go back to his wife at Alicent's urging, so Daemon would stop seducing his daughter. Also, Criston Cole refusing to sleep with Rhaenyra and reporting it straight to the king probably made Viserys trust him implicitly from then on and promote him to Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, since any other knight or man in his stead would have slept with Rhaenyra. So, of Eustace and Mushroom, which story is true? Was Daemon exiled after Eric Cargyle found Rhaenyra and Daemon supposedly in bed together, or after Rhaenyra tried to seduce Criston? It's so hard to decide because they are both so untrustworthy. Mushroom quoting Daemon as saying, "Give her to me, who else would take her?" sounds like fabrications created to make Mushroom feel more important to the story. I think the main takeaway from both stories is that the allegations were made against Rhaenyra clearly designed to remove her from the succession. Viserys could see this. However, he could also see that Rhaenyra wanted to be a black dragon and marry Daemon. So the best solution is just send Daemon away, reward Criston for being faithful, and find Rhaenyra a husband. Gyldayn writes, "Of the aftermath, these things are certain. Daemon Targaryen returned to the Stepstones and resumed his struggle for those barren, storm-swept rocks. Grand Maester Rugiter and Sir Harold Westerling both died in 112 AC. Sir Criston Cole was named the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard in Sir Harold's place, and the Archmaesters of the Citadel sent Maester Mellos to the Red Keep to take up the Grand Maester's chain and duties. Elsewise, King's Landing returned to its customary tranquility for the best part of 2 years, until 113 AC, when Princess Rhaenyra turned 16, took possession of Dragonstone as her own seat, and married. Long before any man had reason to doubt her innocence, the question of selecting a suitable consort for Rhaenyra had been of concern to King Viserys and his council. Great lords and dashing knights fluttered around her like moths around a flame, vying for her favor. When Rhaenyra visited the Trident in 112, the sons of Lord Bracken and Lord Blackwood fought a duel over her, and a younger son of House Frey made so bold as to ask openly for her hand. Fool Frey, he was called thereafter. So the timeline gets really confusing here, but let's simplify it. Daemon leaves King's Landing in 111 or 112 AC. Criston Cole is named Lord Commander in 112 AC, which means he doesn't accompany Rhaenyra as she tours the Riverlands like we saw in the show. Cole was probably removed as Rhaenyra's sworn shield, and she was given someone else while Cole took command of his fellow Kingsguard knights, who were all probably older than he was, since Criston was only 30 years old, which is incredibly young. But I guess Viserys trusted him, and despite refusing Rhaenyra's advances, Viserys knew Criston wasn't an Alicent crony and could be trusted to ensure the throne would pass to Rhaenyra after his death. I mean, from Viserys' perspective, who better to ensure Rhaenyra's claim than the man who was her sworn shield for years and wore her favor in tourneys? Also, the fool Frey we see in this chapter will go on to become a hardcore Rhaenyra supporter. Meanwhile, the Lord of Blackwood mentioned in this passage is Samwell Blackwood, who would help Daemon secure the Riverlands for Rhaenyra. Gyldayn writes, "In the west, Sir Jason Lannister and his twin, Sir Tylan, vied for her during a feast at Castle Rock. The sons of Lord Tully of Riverrun, Lord Tyrell of Highgarden, Lord Oakhart of Old Oak, and Lord Tarly of Horn Hill paid court to the princess, as did the Hand's eldest son, Sir Harwin Strong. Breakbones, as he was called, was heir to Harrenhal, and said to be the strongest man in the Seven Kingdoms. Viserys even talked of wedding Rhaenyra to the Prince of Dorne as a way of bringing the Dornish into the realm. Queen Alicent had her own candidate, her eldest son, Prince Aegon, Rhaenyra's half-brother. But Aegon was a boy, the princess 10 years his elder. Moreover, the two half-siblings had never gotten on well. All the more reason to bind them together in marriage, the queen argued. Viserys did not agree. The boy is Alicent's own blood, he told Lord Strong. She wants him on the throne. This is very interesting that Viserys knows his wife is scheming to put their son on the Iron Throne. But I wonder if the incident with Daemon tipped Viserys off, or earlier with her green dress, which is sad to think that Viserys tells his wife one thing and another to Lionel Strong, meaning that he knows his wife probably doesn't love him and only married him to make her son king. We also meet Tyland and Jason Lannister in this passage, who will become important Green supporters during the Dance of the Dragons. Meanwhile, the old Lord of Riverrun, Grover Tully, is a staunch supporter of the Greens and Aegon II. However, he was elderly, bedridden, and dying. Therefore, his grandson and heir, Elmo Tully, knew that the fiercely pro-Black Riverlords, like the Blackwoods, would tear the Riverlands apart if Riverrun declared for the Greens. Elmo kept Riverrun neutral until Lord Grover finally passed away, after which Elmo and his young sons, Kermit and Oscar, immediately marched to war for Rhaenyra. Highgarden will be neutral, Lord Oakheart of Old Oak will declare for Rhaenyra, Lord Tarly of Horn Hill will be a fierce supporter for Rhaenyra, despite being surrounded by powerful Greens, and join forces with Lord Costane and Beesbury. Rhaenyra's tour of the realm was incredibly successful and something that Rhaenys should have done to gain more support in the Riverlands and Reach. Gyldayn writes, "The best choice, King and small council finally agreed, would be Rhaenyra's cousin, Laenor Velaryon. Though the Great Council of 101 had ruled against his claim, the Velaryon boy remained a grandson of Prince Aemon Targaryen of hallowed memory, a great-grandson of the old king himself. Such a match would unite and strengthen the royal bloodline, and regain the Iron Throne, the friendship of the Sea Snake with his powerful fleet." One objection was raised. Laenor Velaryon was now 19 years of age, yet had never shown any interest in women. Instead, he surrounded himself with handsome squires of his own age, and was said to prefer their company. But Grand Maester Mellos dismissed this concern out of hand. "What of it?" he said. "I do not like the taste of fish, but when fish is served, I eat it." Thus was the match decided. This match on paper made sense, like Viserys marrying Laena. But in reality, the plan was obviously to straddle Rhaenyra with a husband that couldn't give her heirs, and thus she would either be childless or have extramarital affairs. Either outcome would hurt her succession. Gyldayn writes, "King and council had neglected to consult the princess, however, and Rhaenyra proved to be very much her father's daughter, with her own notion about whom she wished to wed. The princess knew much and more about Laenor Velaryon, and had no wish to be his bride. My half-brothers would be more to his taste," she told the queen. The princess always took care to refer to Queen Alicent's sons as half-brothers, never as brothers. Even Rhaenyra knew she was being set up to fail with a loveless marriage that might not produce any children. However, it looks as though Viserys can read the room. He has exiled Daemon for the second time. The Velaryon's boy and girl, Laenor and Laena, are getting older and primed to ride their dragons, Seasmoke and Vhagar. Viserys might be fearing that with only Rhaenyra's dragon against Corlys's 3 dragons, and Daemon unlikely to come to his brother's assistance, Viserys better give Corlys the Iron Throne than have it taken away from him and his daughter. Daemon and Laena could marry and ensure a 4-versus-1 in a dragon war. According to Eustace, Cole asked Rhaenyra to run away with him, but she refused, and Gyldayn writes, "She was the blood of the dragon," she reminded him, "and meant for more than to live out her life as the wife of a common sellsword." And if he could set aside his Kingsguard vows, why would marriage vows mean any more to him? Mushroom tells a very different tale. In his version, it was Princess Rhaenyra who went to Sir Criston, not him to her. She found him alone in White Sword Tower, barred the door, and slipped off her cloak to reveal her nakedness underneath. "I saved my maidenhead for you," she told him. "Take it now as proof of my love. It will mean little and less to my betrothed, and perhaps when he learns that I am not chaste, he will refuse me." Yet for all her beauty, her entreaties fell on deaf ears, for Sir Criston was a man of honor and true to his vows. Even when Rhaenyra used the art she had learned from her uncle Daemon, Cole could not be swayed. Now, Mushroom's account of what happened, unlike Eustace, has a logical through line. In 112 AC, Rhaenyra asks Daemon to help her seduce Criston, who sees her as a child. Daemon, meanwhile, just wants to marry Rhaenyra so he can get back into the line of succession. So they come to an agreement. If they marry, she will be free to also be with Cole, who otherwise she could never be with because he is a Kingsguard knight, but if she has a polygamous marriage, Daemon will allow her to be with him. Then Rhaenyra tries to seduce Criston Cole. He immediately tells her father, and Daemon tells his brother to give Rhaenyra to him. Viserys refuses, exiles Daemon at Alicent's urging, and promotes Cole to Lord Commander for his silence, or to reward Cole for coming straight to him. Then Rhaenyra tries once more with Cole a year later, after he is no longer her sworn shield, since she has to go find him alone in White Sword Tower and disrobe, whereas if he was still her sworn shield, she could have disrobed for him again in her bedroom. But once again, he refuses her. This is why in the future he says Rhaenyra will turn the Red Keep into a because he has experienced it firsthand. To Cole, Rhaenyra really is the of Dragonstone, and the Greens are the defenders of the faith against the sexually perverse Rhaenyra, Daemon, Laena, and Lenore, or Black Dragons. Gildane writes, "Scorned and furious, the Princess Rhaenyra donned her cloak again and swept out into the night, where she chanced to encounter Sir Harwin Strong, returning from a night of revelry in the stews of the city. Breakbones had long desired the princess and lacked Sir Criston's scruples. It was he who took Rhaenyra's innocence, shedding her maiden's blood upon the sword of his manhood," according to Mushroom, who claims to have found them in bed at break of day. However it happened, whether the princess scorned the knight or he her, from that day forward the love that Sir Criston Cole had formerly borne for Rhaenyra Targaryen turned to loathing and disdain, and the man who had been the princess's constant companion and champion became the most bitter of her foes. So Cole didn't hate Rhaenyra for rejecting him. He hated her because she kept trying to sleep with him, and when he didn't, she engaged in lustful affairs with Harwin, Laenor, Karl, Daemon, and Laena. Meanwhile, Cole was a devout follower of the Seven. Cole supported Jaehaerys and Viserys because they followed the Seven, but Rhaenyra clearly doesn't. Jaehaerys became king by allying with Oldtown, and so did Viserys. But Rhaenyra has no intention of being told what to do by the faith. To Cole, the Dance of the Dragons was a spiritual, holy war for the soul of Westeros. Meaning, in a way, Criston Cole was the ideal knight, true to his vows, which in the world of George R.R. Martin, a relapsed Catholic means Cole would cause horrific amounts of death and destruction because his worldview is too black and white. I think originally George planned for Cole to be a spurned lover, like he is depicted by Ares Oakheart in A Feast for Crows, but like his original plan for Jaime, who in the original outline killed his children and made himself king, needed improvement. Cole, like Jaime, was too one-dimensional and boring. Cole being a true knight makes him infinitely more interesting than what the show gave us, because in the books, Cole has a point. Rhaenyra's children shouldn't inherit the Iron Throne. They are bastards. Westeros is a godly place, and Jaehaerys and Viserys knew this. Meanwhile, Daemon and Rhaenyra make a mockery of marriage vows and the laws of succession. So really, Cole was just following his knightly vows to place a king on the Iron Throne who would respect the Seven above all else. Gildane writes, "Not long thereafter, Rhaenyra set sail for Driftmark on the Sea Snake, accompanied by her handmaids. Two of them, the daughters of the Hand and sisters to Sir Harwin. The Fool Mushroom and her new champion, none other than Breakbones himself. In 114 AC, Rhaenyra Targaryen, Princess of Dragonstone, took to husband Sir Laenor Valyrion, knighted a fortnight before the wedding, since it was deemed necessary the prince consort be a knight. The bride was 17 years old, the groom 20, and all agreed they made a handsome couple. The wedding was celebrated with 7 days of feasts and jousting, the greatest tourney in many a year. Amongst the competitors were Queen Alicent's siblings, 5 sworn brothers of the Kingsguard, Breakbones, and the groom's favourite, Sir Joffrey Lonmouth, known as the Knight of Kisses. When Rhaenyra bestowed her garter on Sir Harwin, her new husband laughed and gave one of his own to Sir Joffrey. Denied Rhaenyra's favour, Criston Cole turned to Queen Alicent instead. So, after Rhaenyra and Cole's falling out, Criston chose to join Alicent Hightower and her faction while they seemed to be pretty weak and desperate for members. Cole did this because to him, Rhaenyra was a harlot and he considers Laenor to be a p***. Gildane writes, Cole left Breakbones with a broken collarbone and a shattered elbow, prompting Mushroom to name him Broken Bones thereafter. But it was the Knight of Kisses who felt the fullest measure of his wrath. Cole's favourite weapon was the Morning Star, and the blows he rained down on Sir Laenor's champion cracked his helm and left him senseless in the mud. Borne bloody from the field, Sir Joffrey died without recovering consciousness 6 days later. This is so much better than what the show gave us, since in the show it made absolutely no sense why Criston wasn't executed after murdering the future king's best friend. However, here, in Amelie, getting away with the murder makes so much more sense. Also, Cole choosing to wear Alicent's favour instead of Rhaenyra's would have made for great television, and killing Joffrey is a wordless acknowledgement that Cole believes Aegon is the rightful king of Westeros without ever needing to say it out loud. Gildane writes, Mushroom tells us that Sir Laenor spent every hour of those days at Joffrey's bedside and wept bitterly when the stranger claimed him. King Viserys was most wroth as well. A joyous celebration had become the occasion of grief and reclamation. It was said that Queen Alicent did not share his displeasure, however. Soon after, she asked that Sir Criston Cole be made her personal protector. The coolness between the king's wife and the king's daughter was plain for all to see. Even envoys from the free cities made note of it in letters sent back to Pentos, Bravos, and Old Volantis. Sir Laenor returned to Driftmark thereafter, leaving many to wonder if his marriage had ever been consummated. The princess remained at court, surrounded by her friends and admirers. Sir Criston Cole was not amongst them, having gone over entirely to the Queen's party, the Greens. But the massive and redoubtable Breakbones, or Broken Bones as Mushroom had it, filled his place, becoming the foremost of the Blacks, ever at Rhaenyra's side, at feast and ball and hunt. Her husband raised no objections. Sir Laenor preferred the comforts of High Tide, where he soon found a new favourite in a household knight named Sir Carl Corey. So, Harwin has successfully infiltrated Rhaenyra's camp, the same way Lionel has infiltrated Viserys's, and Larrys will soon infiltrate Alicent. Maybe House Hightower's plan is to usurp House Targaryen as the dragon riders of Westeros, with dragons of their own. However, House Strong are true believers that all dragons need to be killed, no exception. So each member of House Strong will work to not only destroy House Targaryen's dragons, but also House Hightower's. Maybe even Lionel Strong's daughters are also part of this conspiracy as Rhaenyra's handmaids. Also, after killing Joffrey and proving that he is not a Rhaenyra loyalist still, Alicent requests Cole becomes her personal protector, since now she would trust him. Also, take note here that Harwin has a broken collarbone from the wedding because it will come up later when Rhaenyra gets pregnant. Gildane writes, Thereafter, though he joined his wife for important court events where his presence was expected, Sir Laenor spent most of his days apart from the princess. Septon Eustace says they shared a bed no more than a dozen times. Mushroom concurs, but adds that Carl Corey often shared that bed as well. It aroused the princess to watch the men disporting with one another, he tells us, and from time to time, the two would include her in their pleasures. Yet Mushroom contradicts himself, for elsewhere in his testimony, he claims that the princess would leave her husband with his lover on such nights and seek her own solace in the arms of Harwin Strong. Whatever the truth of these tales, it was soon announced that the princess was with child. Born in the waning days of 114 AC, the boy was a large, strapping lad with brown hair, brown eyes, and a pug nose. Sir Laenor had the aquiline nose, silver white hair, and purple eyes that bespoke his Valyrian blood. Again, Harwin has a broken collarbone in 114 AC from the wedding, so it's extremely unlikely that Jace is his. Also, Gyldain tells us Lenor's hair color and nose shape, but doesn't do the same for Harwin, which, if Harwin had brown hair, brown eyes, and a pug nose, gossip around the court would have told us so. However, the text never specifies Harwin's hair color, probably because it wasn't brown, since the text so obviously wants us to believe that the children are Harwin's. Most likely, Harwin is blonde-haired like Lucamore Strong. Instead, maybe Laenor just had some brown-haired genes from the Valyrian side marrying into non-Valyrian houses. Since Rhaenyra, Lenore, and Carl's situation sounds very similar to what Marjorie was proposing between her, Renly, and Loras, Carl would be able to get Lenore aroused enough and able to finish inside Rhaenyra to get her pregnant. And Rhaenyra knows she needs her children to be Lenore's to get House Valyrian to support her claim to the Iron Throne and ensure her children are dragon riders, which they all end up being. And not once do we have any indication that House Valyrian think Rhaenyra's children are bastards, which probably comes from Lenore saying they are 100% his. Although it would be hilarious if somehow Rhaenyra's children were actually Carl's instead. Gyldain writes, Lenore's wish to name the child Joffrey was overruled by his father, Lord Corlys. Instead, the child was given a traditional Valyrian name, Jacaerys. Friends and brothers would call him Jace. The court was still rejoicing over the birth of the princess's child when her stepmother, Queen Alicent, also went into labor delivering Viserys his third son, Daeron, whose coloring, unlike that of Jace, testified to his dragon blood. By royal command, the infants Jacaerys Valyrian and Daeron Targaryen shared a wet nurse until weaned. It was said that the king hoped to prevent any enmity between the two boys by raising them as milk brothers. If so, his hopes proved to be sadly forlorn. This is actually wrong. Compared to all of Alicent's children, Daeron is the nice one, and so Viserys was actually right to do this. Gyldain writes, a year later in 115 AC, there came a tragic mishap of the sort that shapes the destiny of kingdoms. The bronze of Runestone, Lady Rhys Royce, fell from her horse whilst hawking and cracked her skull upon a stone. She lingered for 9 days before finally feeling well enough to leave her bed, only to collapse and die within an hour of rising. Ryan Condal has gone on to say when he read this passage, he instantly thought Daemon did it. But that makes no sense. Why would Daemon let her linger for 9 days? Why wouldn't she tell anyone what Daemon did during those 9 days? And by comparison, what the show gave us was nonsense that the most recognizable man and his dragon weren't noticed entering the Vale of Arryn. Also, the timing is terrible. Daemon would have killed her earlier in order to marry Rhaenyra, but now it's too late. The timing isn't suspicious enough to think that Daemon did it, and not only that, but Daemon was in the Stepstones. Gyldain writes, a raven was duly sent to Storm's End, and Lord Baratheon dispatched a messenger by ship to Bloodstone, where Prince Daemon was still struggling to defend his meager kingdom against the men of the Triarchy and their Dornish allies. Daemon flew at once for the Vale. And Gyldain writes, to put my wife to rest, Daemon said, though more like it was in the hopes of laying claim to her lands, castles, and incomes. In that, he failed. Runestone passed instead to Lady Rhee's nephew, and when Daemon made appeal to the Eyrie, not only was his claim dismissed, but Lady Jean warned him that his presence in the Vale was unwelcome. Flying back to the Stepstones afterward, Prince Daemon landed at Driftmark to make a courtesy call upon his erstwhile partner in conquest, the Sea Snake, and his wife, the Princess Rhaenys. High Tide was one of the few places in the Seven Kingdoms where the king's brother could be confident he would not be turned away. There, his eye fell upon Lady Corley's daughter, Laena, a maid of 22. Tall, slender, and surprisingly lovely. Even Mushroom was taken with her beauty, writing that she was almost as pretty as her brother, with a great mane of silver gold ringlets that fell down past her waist. So, Laena claimed Vhagar before Aemma's death, which means that if Viserys had just chosen to marry Laena instead of Alicent, he would have had a wife who rode Vhagar, one of the most beautiful women in Westeros, the support of Corlys and Rhaenys, dragon-riding children, as well as a wife who might actually love him. So, like Dreamfire Rhaena, Rhaenys, and Rhaenyra, Laena seems to be a special Targaryen since both her daughters by Daemon, Rhaena and Baela, end up being dragon hatchers and riders. Although Rhaena's dragon Morning hatched from a dragon egg laid by Rhaenyra's dragon Syrax, so maybe she wasn't a special Targaryen. Either way, Viserys' children would have had a line of special female Targaryens to create more dragons that wouldn't come into conflict with Rhaenyra and her line. Ultimately, Viserys should have just waited a few years for Laena to get older, and House Targaryen probably would have avoided the entire Dance of the Dragons. But Grand Maester Rungata pushed him to remarry after Daemon was exiled to the Vale. Gyldayn writes, Laena had been betrothed from the age of 12 to a son of the Sea Lord of Braavos, but the father had died before they could be wed, and the son soon proved a wastrel and a fool, squandering his family's wealth and power before turning up on Driftmark. Lacking a graceful means to rid himself of the embarrassment, but unwilling to proceed with the marriage, Lord Corlys had repeatedly postponed the wedding. Prince Daemon fell in love with Laena, the singers would have us believe. Men of a more cynical bent believe the prince saw her as a way to check his own descent. Once seen as his brother's heir, he had fallen far down in the line of succession, and neither the Greens nor the Blacks had a place for him. But House Valyrian was powerful enough to defy both parties with impunity. Wary of the Stepstones and free at last of his bronze, Daemon Targaryen asked Lord Corlys for his daughter's hand in marriage. The exiled Braavosi betrothed remained an impediment, but not for long. Daemon mocked him to his face so savagely, the boy had no choice but to call him to defend his words with steel. Armed with Dark Sister, the prince made short work of his rival and wed Lady Laena Valyrian a fortnight later, abandoning his hard-scrabble kingdom on the Stepstones. So, Daemon did just brutally kill a young boy to get Laena's hand in marriage, but to be fair, how did the exiled Braavosi not know of Daemon's reputation? And really, he was the one who killed himself here. Like, he was planning to kill Daemon just because he got made fun of, which makes him no better than Daemon for killing him to steal Laena's hand. So, the marriage alliance that Corlys was trying to foster with Braavos was maybe to forge a new Valyrian-run empire in the Narrow Sea, with Braavos joining Corlys and Daemon's side against the Triarchy and Dorne. This probably would have swung the balance towards them winning the Stepstones. However, Corlys should have read some books and known that Braavosi do not like dragons and would not have appreciated Laena flying Vhagar into their anti-freehold refuge from dragons. Gyldayn writes, Prince Daemon knew that his brother would not be pleased when he heard of his marriage. Prudently, the prince and his new bride took themselves far from Westeros soon after the wedding, crossing the Narrow Sea on their dragons. Some said they flew to Valyria in defiance of the curse that hung over the smoking wasteland to search out the secrets of the dragon lords of the old freehold. Mushroom himself reports this as fact in his testimony, but we have abundant evidence that the truth was less romantic. Prince Daemon and Lady Laena flew first to Pentos, where they were feted by the city's prince. The Pentoshi feared the growing power of the Triarchy to the south, and saw Daemon as a valuable ally against the three daughters. From there, they crossed the disputed lands to Old Volantis, where they enjoyed a similar warm welcome. Then they flew up the Rhoyne to visit Qohor and Norvos. In those cities, far removed from the woes of Westeros and the power of the Triarchy, their welcome was less rapturous. Everywhere they went, however, huge crowds turned out for a glimpse of Vhagar and Caraxes. The dragon riders were once again in Pentos when Lady Laena learned she was with child. Eschewing further flight, Prince Daemon and his wife settled into a manse outside the city walls as a guest of a Pentoshi magister until such time as the babe was born. So, what's ironic is that once again, Pentos is placing host to an exiled Targaryen monarch. Here, it is Daemon and Laena, but 200 years later, it will be Viserys and Daenerys living in a manse while they plan their return to Westeros. However, what might have happened when Daemon and Laena flew to Old Valyria is that their dragons didn't want to go. The same way Alicent Targaryen's dragon, Dreamfire, ridden by Helaena in the dance, refused to fly over the walls because it doesn't make any sense why at least one Targaryen dragon rider hasn't flown over to see what's left of Valyria and why no ships ever return after sailing towards its coastline. Gyldain writes, "Meanwhile, back in Westeros, Princess Rhaenyra had given birth to a second son late in the year 115 AC. The child was named Lucerys, Luke for short. Septon Eustace tells us that both Sir Laenor and Sir Harwin were at Rhaenyra's bedside for his birth. Like his brother, Jace, Luke had brown eyes and a healthy head of brown hair, rather than the silver gilt hair of Targaryen princelings. But he was a large and lusty lad, and King Viserys was delighted with him when the child was presented at court. These feelings were not shared by his queen. Do keep trying, Queen Alicent told Sir Laenor, according to Mushroom. Soon or late, you may get one who looks like you." And the rivalry between the Greens and Blacks grew deeper, finally reaching the point where the Queen and Princess could scarce suffer each other's presence. Thereafter, Queen Alicent kept to the Red Keep, whilst the Princess spent her days on Dragonstone, attended by her ladies, Mushroom, and her champion, Sir Harwin Strong. Her husband, Sir Laenor, was said to visit frequently. So, in the books, Breakbones is described as being the strongest man in Westeros, similar to the Mountain, which might be why Rhaenyra keeps him around the same way Cersei keeps Robert Strong around her. But the idea that Cersei would actually sleep with Robert Strong defies belief, and maybe this is the case for Harwin and Rhaenyra. Because what's inexcusable from Gyldain is that he loves telling us Rhaenyra's children's hair and eye color when compared to Lenore, but doesn't once mention Harwin, Larys, or Lionel's hair or eye color. Gyldain somehow finds time to talk about Rhaenyra giving mushroom oral as a 14-year-old girl, but can't spare a single sentence about Harwin's hair color. And Rhaenyra can't be stupid enough to have 3 children in a row that aren't Lenore's like Cersei did, when the Greens at court are already spreading rumors from the start that her children are bastards. No one was calling Cersei's children's bastards when she had Jaime's kids, but Rhaenyra knows the Greens are trying to usurp her crown and portray her as a sexual deviant. Gyldain writes, "In 116 AC, in the free city of Pentos, Lady Laena gave birth to twin daughters, Prince Daemon's first true-born children. Prince Daemon named the girls Baela after his father and Rhaena after her mother. The babes were small and sickly, alas, but both had fine features, silver white hair, and purple eyes. When they were half a year old and stronger, the girls and their mother sailed to Driftmark, whilst Daemon flew ahead with both dragons. From high tide, he sent a raven to his brother in King's Landing, informing his grace of the birth of his nieces, and begging leave to present the girls at court to receive his royal blessing. Though his hand and small council argued heatedly against it, Viserys consented, for the king still loved the brother who had been the companion of his youth. Daemon is a father now, he told Grand Maester Mellos. He will have changed. Thus were the sons of Baelon Targaryen reconciled for the second time. This is further indication that Daemon didn't do the things he was accused of with Rhaenyra, since Viserys forgives him pretty easily, and the reason why Viserys exiled him, trying to tempt Rhaenyra to marry him, is now gone. So what harm is there in letting Daemon return to court? If Daemon had actually slept with a 14-year-old Rhaenyra, Viserys would have done so much worse, considering Viserys is not above ordering the removal of tongues for just saying that Rhaenyra's children are bastards. Instead, Alicent urged Viserys to exile his brother to stop Daemon and Rhaenyra from entering a polygamous marriage, which would have had Oldtown and the Faith revolt. Viserys is a green dragon and knows he needs to keep Oldtown on side. Also, why couldn't Viserys have just ordered his sons, Aegon and Aemon, to marry Baela and Rhaena? That would have tied all the houses together, since that is less inbred than having Aegon to his sister Helaena, both of whom didn't even like each other. Then have Helaena promise to Jace, and thus the Dance of the Dragons could have been avoided, since would Alicent really war against her daughter, since the two are close in both the book and show? Gyldayn writes, in 117 AC on Dragonstone, Princess Rhaenyra bore yet another son. Sir Laenor was at last permitted to name a child after his fallen friend, Sir Joffrey Lonmouth. Joffrey Valyrion was as big and red-faced and healthy as his brothers, but like them he had brown eyes, brown hair, and features that some at court called common. The whispering began again. Amongst the Greens, it was not an article of faith that the father of Rhaenyra's sons was not her husband Laenor, but her champion Harwin Strong. Mushroom says as much in his testimony, and Grand Maester Mellos hints at it, while Septon Eustace raises the rumours only to dismiss them. Whatever the truth of these allegations, there was never any doubt that King Viserys was still meant for his daughter to follow him upon the Iron Throne, and her sons to follow her in turn. By royal decree, each of the Valyrian boys was presented with a dragon's egg whilst in the cradle. Those who doubted the paternity of Rhaenyra's sons whispered that the eggs would never hatch, but the birth in turn of 3 young dragons gave the lie to their words. The hatchlings were named Vermax, Arax, and Taraxis, and Septon Eustace tells us that his grace sat Jace upon his knee atop the Iron Throne as he was holding court, and was heard to say, "One day, this will be your seat, lad." The fact that all of them hatched dragon eggs and became dragon riders should have been enough to prove they are Targaryens. For example, if Rhaenyra's 3 children all had silver hair, purple eyes, and no dragons, they would have been less worthy to inherit the Iron Throne. Alicent's argument against Rhaenyra's children essentially boils down to bigotry and ignoring Viserys' wishes, which are pretty obvious when he sits Jace down on the Iron Throne and says this will be yours. Like every Targaryen before Viserys chose their successor, is when Oldtown comes in and helps install a green dragon in place of a black one. Jaehaerys over Dreamfire Rhaena, Viserys over Rhaenys, and now Aegon over Rhaenyra. Gyldayn writes, childbirth excited a toll on the princess. The weight that Rhaenyra gained during her pregnancies never entirely left her, and by the time her youngest boy was born, she had grown stout and thick of waist. The beauty of her girlhood a fading memory, though she was but 20 years of age. According to Mushroom, this only served to deepen her resentment of her stepmother, Queen Alicent, who remained slender and graceful at half again her age. The sins of the father are often visited on the sons, wise men have said, and so it is for the sins of mothers as well. The enmity between Queen Alicent and Princess Rhaenyra was passed on to their sons, and the Queen's 3 boys, the Princes Aegon, Aemond, and Daeron, grew to be bitter rivals of their Valyrian nephews, resentful of them for having stolen what they regarded as their birthright, the Iron Throne itself. Though all 6 boys attended the same feasts, balls, and revels, and sometimes trained together in the yard under the same master-at-arms and studied under the same maesters, this enforced closeness only served to feed their mutual mislike, rather than binding them together as brothers. Now, was Rhaenyra fat? Probably a little, but not too fat that she couldn't ride her dragon. However, Preston Jacobs made a really good point that Rhaenyra, unlike Alicent, doesn't use her sexual charm to get men to do things for her. For example, Cersei constantly flaunts her sexuality and sleeps with men to get them to do what she wants. Jaime, Lancel, Osney Kettleblack. Whereas if Rhaenyra is overweight, then it actually is more impressive how she's able to get half the realm to support her just 20 years after the Great Council ruled against a woman inheriting the Iron Throne. Also, Viserys really dropped the ball as a father by not realizing how much Alicent had poisoned their children against Rhaenyra and not for sending Alicent away to Old Town. Like, he wasn't busy with anything else. There were no wars, no famines or things to occupy his time, except ensuring the stability of House Targaryen. Like, even King Robert knew his son sucked and didn't trust Cersei, but Viserys seems completely oblivious. Gildane writes, whilst Princess Rhaenyra misliked her stepmother Queen Alicent, she became fond and more than fond of her good sister Lady Laena. With Driftmark and Dragonstone so close, Daemon and Laena often visited with the princess, and her with them. Many a time they flew together on their dragons, and the princess's she-dragon Syrax produced several clutches of eggs. In 118 AC, with the blessing of King Viserys, Rhaenyra announced the betrothal of her 2 eldest sons to the daughters of Prince Daemon and Lady Laena. Jacaerys was 4 and Lucerys 3, the girls were 2. So, this was a huge mistake by Rhaenyra. She should have just proposed Jace to Baelor Targaryen and saved Luke to marry, I don't know, one of Boris Baratheon's daughters, so that way if a war should break out, King's Landing will be completely surrounded by the Stormland armies and the Valyrian fleets, just like Rhaenys was planning to do before the Great Council of 101. There's also a lot of theories or fan art of Rhaenyra, Daemon, and Laena getting up to stuff, which I never thought of when I first read the text. But the line, more than fond, has sprouted so much fan art that it makes me feel like I must be wrong. Also, Syrax maybe produces a clutch of dragon eggs because she spends so much time with Caraxes and Vhagar perhaps. So again, maybe this is why Daemon and Rhaenyra couldn't be allowed to inherit the Iron Throne to stop the creation of a second Valyria. Gildane writes, and in 119 AC, when Laena found she was with child again, Rhaenyra flew to Driftmark to attend her during the birth, and so it was that the princess was at her good sister's side on the 3rd day of that accursed year of 120 AC. The year of the Red Spring. So we have a bit of a 5-year time jump from Rhaenyra marrying Laenor in 114 to 120 AC, where all of the children are grown up enough to cut out Aemon's eye and sow the seeds of the Dance of the Dragons. What Viserys was so busy doing during this time remains the greatest mystery. Gildane writes, a day and a night of labour left Laena Valyrion pale and weak, but finally she gave birth to the son Prince Daemon had so long desired. But the babe was twisted and malformed and died within the hour, nor did his mother long survive him. Her grueling labor had drained all of Lady Lena's strength, and grief weakened her still further, making her helpless before the onset of childbed fever. As her condition steadily worsened, despite the best efforts of Driftmark's young maester, Prince Daemon flew to Dragonstone and brought back Princess Rhaenyra's own maester, an elder and more experienced man renowned for his skills as a healer. Sadly, Maester Geradus came too late. After 3 days of delirium, Lady Lena passed from this mortal coil. She was but 27. During her final hour, it is said, Lady Lena rose from her bed, pushed away the scepters praying over her, and made her way from her room, intent on reaching Vhagar that she might fly one last time before she died. Her strength failed her on the tower's steps, however, and it was there she collapsed and died. Her husband, Prince Daemon, carried her back to her bed. Afterward, Mushroom tells us, Princess Rhaenyra sat vigil with him over Lady Lena's corpse and comforted him in his grief. Even from this passage, I can't tell whether Daemon, Lena, and Rhaenyra were in a polygamous relationship or not, but to me, it seems like Lena and Rhaenyra were just really close friends, or Daemon and Lena needed dragon eggs to give to their daughters, and only Rhaenyra's Syrax was producing clutches of dragon eggs, which were given to Rhaena and Baela to probably help forge their dragon alliance against the Greens. Also, it looks like Maester Geradus is the only Maester Rhaenyra trusts, and it would be super interesting if he hinted at the anti-Targaryen sentiments at the Citadel, which is why after Melos's death, Rhaenyra wanted Geradus instilled as Grand Maester, because honestly, the Maesters suck at keeping the Targaryens alive in this period. Baelon, son of Jaehaerys, dead. Aemma, wife of Viserys, dead. Baelon, heir for a day, dead. Laena Valyrion, dead. Viserys nearly dies from a cut on his hand before Geradus arrives, almost dead. They're not saving anyone, or at least Targaryens. Gyldayn writes, Lady Laena's death was the first tragedy of 120 AC, but it would not be the last. The Lord of the Tides and his lady were still in mourning for their beloved daughter when the stranger came again to carry off their son. Sir Laenor Valyrian, husband to the Princess Rhaenyra and the putative father of her children, was slain whilst attending a fair in Spicetown, stabbed to death by his friend and companion, Sir Carl Corey. The two men had been quarrelling loudly before blades were drawn. Merchants at the fair told Lord Valyrion when he came to collect his son's body. Corey had fled by then, wounding several men who tried to hinder him. Some claimed a ship had been waiting for him offshore. He was never seen again. The circumstances of the murder remain a mystery to this day. Grand Maester Melos writes only that Sir Laenor was killed by one of his own household knights after a quarrel. Septon Eustace provides us with the killer's name and declares jealousy as the motive for the slaying. Laenor Valyrian had grown wary of Sir Carl's companionship and had grown enamored of a new favourite, a handsome young squire of 6 and 10. Mushroom, as always, favours the most sinister theory, suggesting that Prince Daemon paid Carl Corey to dispose of Princess Rhaenyra's husband, arranged for a ship to carry him away, then cut his throat and fed him to the sea. A household knight of relative low birth, Corey was known to have a lord's taste and a peasant's purse, and was given to extravagant wagering besides, which lends a certain credence to the fool's version of events. However, Preston Jacobs exposes that the reason why Laenor died was because of debts that Carl Corey acquired during the fair, because he had a lord's taste and a peasant's purse. This is why Laenor and Carl were arguing in public. Laenor then went with Carl to resolve the debt and got killed. The moneylenders knew that the only way to escape the sea snake's wrath for killing his son was to spread rumors and make it look like Carl had killed Laenor, since, alive, Carl could give their names to Corleys. Gyldayn writes, Yet there was no shred of proof, then or now. though the sea snake offered a reward of 10,000 golden dragons for any man who could lead him to Sir Karl Corey, or deliver the killer to a father's vengeance. Even this was not the end of the tragedies that would mark that dreadful year. The next occurred at high tide after Sir Laenor's funeral, when king and court made the journey to Driftmark to bear witness at his pyre, many on the backs of their dragons. The cruelty of children is known to all. Prince Aegon Targaryen was 13, Princess Helena 11, Prince Aemond 10, and Prince Daeron 6. Both Aegon and Helena were dragon riders. Helena now flew Dreamfire, the she-dragon who once carried Rhaena, Maegor the Cruel's Black Bride, whilst her brother, Aegon's young Sunfire, was said to be the most beautiful dragon ever seen upon the earth. Even Prince Daeron had a dragon, a lovely blue she-dragon named Tessarion, though he had yet to ride. So many dragons were present that Septon Eustace wrote that Driftmark had become the new Valyria. So let's count how many dragons there are. Right now, the Blacks have 7 dragons, with Rhaenys' Meles, Daemon's Caraxes, Rhaenyra's Syrax, Jace's Vermax, Lux's Arax, Joffrey's Taraxis, and Baela's Moondancer. Against the Greens, 3 dragons, Aegon's Sunfire, Helena's Dreamfire, and Daeron's Tessarion. So, before Laena and Lenor's death, it was 9 against 3, and the Greens really had no hope in winning. However, these 2 dragons and Aemond's seizure of Vhagar suddenly gives the Greens a chance in what would have otherwise been a one-sided slaughter. Gyldayn writes, "Only the middle son, Prince Aemond, remained dragonless, but his grace had hopes of rectifying that, and had put forward the notion that perhaps the court might sojourn at Dragonstone after the funeral. A wealth of dragon's eggs could be found beneath the Dragonmont, and several young hatchlings as well. The reason why Dragonstone has so many dragons is because Rhaenyra's Syrax keeps hatching them, and this is probably why she couldn't be allowed to become the Queen of Westeros." Gyldayn writes, "Prince Aemond could have his choice. Viserys said, 'If the lad is bold enough.' Even at 10, Aemond Targaryen did not lack for boldness. The king's jibe stung, and he resolved not to wait for Dragonstone. What did he want with some puny hatchling or some stupid egg? Right there at high tide was a dragon worthy of him. Vhagar, the oldest, largest, most terrible dragon in the world. Even for a son of House Targaryen, there are always dangers in approaching a dragon, particularly an old, bad-tempered dragon who has recently lost her rider. His father and mother would never allow him to go near Vhagar, Aemond knew, much less try to ride her. So he made certain they did not know, sliding from his bed at dawn whilst they still slept, and stealing down to the outer yard where Vhagar and the other dragons were fed and stabled. The prince had hoped to mount Vhagar in secrecy, but as he crept up to the dragon, a boy's voice rang out. 'You stay away from her!' The voice belonged to the youngest of his half-nephews, Joffrey Valerion, a boy of 3. Always an early riser, Joff had sneaked down from his bed to see his own young dragon, Taraxis. Afraid that the boy would raise the alarm, Prince Aemond shouted at him to be quiet, then shoved him backward into a pile of dragon droppings. As Joff began to bowl, Aemond raced to Vhagar and clambered up onto her back. Later, he would say that he was so afraid of being caught that he forgot to be frightened of being burnt to death and eaten. Why did Viserys have to make fun of Aemond? If he hadn't, and Aemond had just gotten a smaller dragon, the Greens never would have launched the Dance of the Dragons, since without Vhagar, there would have been no hope of success. Gyldayn writes, "Call it boldness, call it madness, call it fortune or the will of the gods or the caprice of dragons. Who can know the mind of such a beast? We do know this, Vhagar roared, lurched to her feet, shook violently, then snapped her chains and flew. And the boy Prince Aemon Targaryen became a dragon rider, circling twice around the towers of high tide before coming down again. But when he landed, Rhaenyra's sons were waiting for him. Joffrey had run to get his brothers when Aemon took to the sky, and both Jace and Luke had come to his call. The Valyrian princelings were younger than Aemon. Jace was 6, Luke 5, Joff only 3. But there were 3 of them. And they had armed themselves with wooden swords from the training yard. Now they fell on him with a fury. Aemon fought back, breaking Luke's nose with a punch, then wrenching the sword from Joff's hands and cracking it across the back of Jace's head, driving him to his knees. As the younger boy scrambled back away from him, bloody and bruised, the prince began to mock them, laughing and calling them the Strongs. Jace, at least, was old enough to grasp the insult. He flew at Aemon once again, but the older boy began pummeling him savagely, until Luke, coming to the rescue of his brother, drew his dagger and slashed Aemon across the face, taking out his right eye. By the time the stable boys finally arrived to pull apart the combatants, the prince was writhing on the ground, howling in pain, and Vhagar was roaring as well. What's interesting is that when Aemon screams, so does Vhagar. So what if, after riding Vhagar, Aemon's chest was so puffed out because he had Vhagar's mind inside his, and this caused him to be so confrontational? It would be crazy to think, what if Aemon had a completely different personality? But once he got Vhagar, that version of himself died and was replaced by the fearsome, short-tempered psychoses of Vhagar. This might actually explain some of Aemon's future behavior if the dragon was influencing Aemon psychologically. Gyldayn writes, afterward, King Viserys tried to make a peace, requiring each of the boys to tender an apology to his rivals on the other side. But these courtesies did not appease their vengeful mothers. Queen Alicent demanded that one of Lucerys Valyrian's eyes should be put out for the eye he had cost Aemon. Princess Rhaenyra would have none of that, but insisted that Prince Aemon should be questioned sharply until he revealed where he heard her sons called Strongs. To so name them was tantamount to saying they were bastards with no rights of succession, and that she herself was guilty of high treason. When pressed by the king, Prince Aemon said it was his brother Aegon who had told him they were Strongs, and Prince Aegon said only, "Everyone knows, just look at them." King Viserys finally put an end to the questioning, declaring he would hear no more. No eyes would be put out, he decreed, but should anyone, man or woman or child, noble or common or royal, mock his grandsons as Strongs again, their tongues would be pulled out with hot pincers. This seems to imply Viserys was telling his children and wife to stop calling Rhaenyra's children bastards, since he specifically says noble and royal, and it's not like Rhaenyra's side is going to call themselves bastards. Also, Rhaenyra insisting that Aemon should be tortured is quite extreme, although so was Alicent. Gyldayn writes, His Grace further commanded his wife and daughter to kiss and exchange vows of love and affection, but their false smiles and empty words deceived no one but the king. Viserys is actually too stupid to be king if he keeps falling for this, and not just sitting down with his own kids, making it clear that Rhaenyra is the heir. Like, Robert not realizing his children are not his is believable, because who would think Cersei is sleeping with her brother, the only man allowed in her company alone without drawing any suspicion? But Alicent has been trying to disinherit Rhaenyra since Aegon was born. Gyldayn writes, As for the boys, Prince Aemon said later that he lost an eye and gained a dragon that day, and counted it a fair exchange. To prevent further conflict and put an end on these vile rumors and base calumnies, King Viserys further decreed that Queen Alicent and her sons would return with him to court, whilst Princess Rhaenyra confined herself to Dragonstone with her sons. Henceforth, Sir Eric Cargyle of the Kingsguard would serve as her sworn shield. Now, Viserys' Kingsguard that supported Rhaenyra were Sir Eric, as we see here with him travelling to Dragonstone with her. The next is Sir Steffon Darkland, who was one of the 5 Knights of the Kingsguard in King's Landing when Viserys died, then stole the King's crown and brought it to Rhaenyra. Sir Laurent Marbrand was the other Kingsguard on Dragonstone with Rhaenyra when her father died, and she trusted him enough to eventually become Lord Commander of her Queensguard. Meanwhile, Sir Criston Cole, Sir Aric Cargyle, Sir Rickard Thorne, and Sir Willis Fell were the Kingsguard who supported Aegon. Gildain writes, "Whilst Viserys ordered Breakbone's return to Harrenhal, these rulings pleased no one," Septon Eustace writes. Mushroom demurs, "One man at least was thrilled by the decrees, for Dragonstone and Driftmark lay quite close to one another, and this proximity would allow Daemon Targaryen ample opportunity to comfort his niece, Princess Rhaenyra, unbeknownst to the king." Though Viserys I would reign for 9 more years, the bloody seeds of the Dance of the Dragons had already been planted, and 120 AC was the year when they began to sprout. Okay, Aegon was 13 here and Rhaenyra 23, so Viserys could have married Rhaenyra to Aegon and send them both to live at Dragonstone. But after everything that's happened, there is no way either of them would agree. However, this would make a funny situation, and they're both bad people, so they kind of deserve it. Gildain writes, "The next to perish were the elder Strongs. Lionel Strong, Lord of Harrenhal and Hand of the King, accompanied his son and heir, Sir Harwin, on his return to the great, half-ruined castle on the lakeshore. Shortly after their arrival, a fire broke out in the tower where they were sleeping, and both father and son were killed, along with 3 of their retainers and a dozen servants. The cause of the fire was never determined. Some put it down to simple mischance, whilst others muttered that Black Harren's seat was cursed and brought only doom to any man who held it. Many suspected the blaze was set intentionally. Mushroom suggests that the sea snake was behind it, as an act of vengeance against the man who had cuckolded his son. Septon Eustace more plausibly suspects Prince Daemon removing a rival for Princess Rhaenyra's affections. Others have put forth the notion that Larys Clubfoot might have been responsible. With his father and elder brother dead, Larys Strong became the Lord of Harrenhal. The most disturbing possibility was advanced by none other than Grand Maester Mellos, who muses that the king himself might have given the command. If Viserys had come to accept that the rumors about the parentage of Rhaenyra's children were true, he might well have wished to remove the man who had dishonored his daughter, lest he somehow reveal the bastardy of her sons. Were that so, Lionel Strong's death was an unfortunate accident, for his lordship's decision to see his son back to Harrenhal had been unforeseen. So, Larys killed his dad and brother because they wanted dragons to rule Westeros, either Rhaenyra's or Aegon's, whereas you will see Larys will work with both blacks and greens to maximize the number of dragons being killed during the Dance of the Dragons, because honestly, it is the only way to make sense of Larys constantly shifting alliances and betrayals, and it actually makes Book Larys the most impressive character since he essentially achieves his goal of freeing Westeros from the threat of dragons. Gildain writes, Lord Strong had been the king's hand, and Viserys had come to rely upon his strength and counsel. His grace had reached the age of 43 and had grown quite stout. He no longer had a young man's vigor, and was afflicted by gout, aching joints, back pain, and a tightness in the chest that came and went, and oft left him red-faced and short of breath. The governance of the realm was a daunting task. The king needed a strong, capable hand to shoulder some of his burdens. Briefly, he considered sending for Princess Rhaenyra. Who better to rule with him than the daughter he meant to succeed him on the Iron Throne? But that would have meant bringing the princess and her sons back to King's Landing, where more conflict with the queen and her own brood would have been inevitable. He considered his brother as well until he recalled Prince Daemon's previous stints on the small council. Grand Maester Mella suggested bringing in some younger man and put forward several names. But His Grace chose familiarity and recalled to court Sir Otto Hightower, the Queen's father, who had filled the office before for both Viserys and the Old King. So either Daemon or Rhaenyra as hand would have ensured Viserys' daughter's succession to the Iron Throne, which is why Meliss pushed hard for a young man that Viserys didn't know, since Viserys was fat and lazy at this point and just wanted someone to take care of the realm. Therefore, when pressed to try a new man, Varys opted instead for Otto, probably at his wife's urging to please her after what happened with Aemond. Remember, Viserys just wants everyone to be happy, and unlike the show, where Alicent had the incident with the knife where she almost stabbed Rhaenyra and had to ask for forgiveness, in the books, Alicent would be able to leverage Aemond's missing eye to get something in exchange for the incident, which was her father. You can kind of imagine how Meliss and Alicent tag-teamed Viserys to get him to choose Otto. Gyldayn writes, "Yet hardly had Sir Otto arrived at the Red Keep to take up the handship than word reached court that Princess Rhaenyra had remarried, taking to husband her uncle, Daemon Targaryen. The princess was 23, Prince Daemon 39. King, court and commons were all outraged by the news. Neither Daemon's wife nor Rhaenyra's husband had been dead even half a year. To wed again so soon was an insult to their memories." His Grace declared angrily. The marriage had been performed on Dragonstone suddenly and secretly. Septon Eustace claims that Rhaenyra knew her father would never approve of the match, so she wed in haste to make certain he could not prevent the marriage. Mushroom puts forward a different reason. The princess was once again with child and did not wish to birth a bastard, and thus that dreadful year 120 AC ended as it began, with a woman laboring in childbirth. Princess Rhaenyra's pregnancy had a happier outcome than Lady Laena's had. As the year waned, she brought forth a small, robust son, a pale princeling with dark purple eyes and pale silvery hair. She named him Aegon. Prince Daemon had at last a living son of his own blood, and this new prince, unlike his 3 half-brothers, was plainly a Targaryen. In King's Landing, however, Queen Alicent grew most wroth when she learned the babe had been named Aegon, taking that for a slight against her own son, Aegon, which, according to the testimony of Mushroom, it most certainly was. So Rhaenyra and Daemon probably married so quickly because he got Rhaenyra pregnant, since that does make the most sense as to why they did it fast. Daemon might have been the one to push for the name Aegon, since he would obviously want his son to succeed Rhaenyra as queen if the Dance of the Dragons never happened. Ironically, Daemon might actually use the same excuse as the Greens and claim that Rhaenyra and Lenor's children are bastards, and therefore his child with Rhaenyra should succeed her to the Iron Throne. However, even if he didn't, Daemon's daughters are married to both Jace and Luke, ensuring after Rhaenyra, one of Daemon's children will either be king or queen of Westeros. Gyldayn writes, "By all rights, the year 122 AC should have been a joyous one for House Targaryen. Princess Rhaenyra took to the birthing bed once more and gave her uncle Daemon a second son, named Viserys after his grandsire. The child was smaller and less robust than his brother Aegon, and his Valyrian half-brothers, but proved to be a most precocious child. Though somewhat ominously, the dragon's egg placed in his cradle never hatched. The Greens took that for an ill omen and were not shy about saying as much. Later that same year, King's Landing celebrated a wedding as well. Following the ancient tradition of House Targaryen, King Viserys wed his son Aegon, the Elder, to his daughter Helaena. The groom was 15 years of age, a lazy and somewhat sulky boy, Septon Eustace tells us, but possessed of more than a healthy appetites, a glutton at table, given to swilling ale and strong wine and pinching and fondling any serving girl who strayed within his reach. The bride, his sister, was but 13. Though plumper and less striking than most Targaryens, Helaena was a pleasant, happy girl, and all agreed she would make a fine mother. And so she did, and quickly. Barely a year later, in 123 AC, the 14-year-old princess gave birth to twins, a boy she named Jaehaerys and a girl called Jaehaerys. Yet all was not well with these new twins. Jaehaerys was tiny and slow to grow. She did not cry, she did not smile, she did none of the things a babe was meant to do. Her brother, whilst larger and more robust, was also less perfect than was expected of a Targaryen princeling, boasting 6 fingers on his left hand and 6 toes upon each foot. Alicent Hightower and the Greens really lose their moral superiority by having Aegon and Helaena marry so young. But I guess they wanted dragon-riding children as quickly as possible. But this early age might explain why their children are born with birth defects. Honestly, didn't Viserys learn anything from marrying his first wife so young? Also, it is suspicious why Daemon and Rhaenyra's second-born child Viserys doesn't hatch a dragon. Please comment if you have a theory as to why his dragon egg didn't hatch. Gildane writes, Prince Aegon had heirs of his own now, the Greens at court proclaimed happily. A dragon's egg was placed in the cradle of each child, and 2 hatchlings soon came forth. A wife and children did little to curb the carnal appetites of Prince Aegon the Elder. If Mushroom is to be believed, he fathered 2 bastard children the same year as the twins. A boy on a girl whose maidenhood he won at auction on the Street of Silk, and a girl by one of his mother's maid servants. It was really disappointing that the show made Aegon a because how were you supposed to root for him after that? Instead, having him cheat so much would be bad, but since it was an arranged marriage, you could be somewhat forgiving, and it would mean that the show wasn't blindly expecting you to support Rhaenyra. Game of Thrones was fun when you had so many different claimants to support. Stannis, Daenerys, Robb, Tommen, Margaery. People could disagree on who should win. The worst thing Game of Thrones Season 6 did was kill off the Tyrells and not include Fagon, because it meant you had to support Daenerys in her struggle against Cersei. Whereas Daenerys versus Tommen and Margaery versus Fagon versus Marcella and a still alive Stannis would have made the final season so exciting to watch. Also, Alicent might be the one helping hatch her children's dragon eggs, or Helaena was also a special female Targaryen, which is interesting to think about. Gildane writes, and in 127 AC, Princess Helaena gave birth to his second son, who was given a dragon's egg and the name Maelor. Queen Alicent's other sons had been growing older as well. Prince Aemond, despite the loss of his eye, had become a proficient and dangerous swordsman under the tutelage of Sir Criston Cole, but remained a wild and willful child, hot-tempered and unforgiving. So Aemond is acting a lot like Vhagar now, and it would be crazy if Aegon's children were Aemond's, which I don't think Helaena would do, but could explain Aegon's mopey behavior and maybe why the children were deformed and why Aemond was super loyal to Aegon in the books, unlike in the show, because Aegon's kids were secretly Aemond's. Gyldayn writes, his little brother, Prince Daeron, was the most popular of the Queen's sons, as clever as he was courteous, and most comely as well. When he turned 12 in 126 AC, Daeron was sent to Oldtown to serve as cupbearer and squire to Lord Hightower. So Daeron might have been sent to Oldtown because he was too friendly to Jace after the two were milk brothers, which the Greens saw as a complication since he might warn Rhaenyra's blacks of their plan to usurp the throne. Or some people say that Daeron wasn't a silver-haired Targaryen, and so he was sent away to avoid being used as proof that Rhaenyra's children might not be bastards. Although he is described as having the colouring of a Targaryen, but what that means is kind of vague. Does it only refer to hair, eyes, or both? Gyldayn writes, that same year across Blackwater Bay, the sea snake was stricken by a sudden fever. As he took to his bed, surrounded by maesters, the issue arose as to who should succeed him as the Lord of the Tides and Master of Driftmark, should the sickness claim him. With both his true-born children dead, by law his lands and title should pass to his eldest grandson, Jaehaerys. But since Jace would presumably ascend the Iron Throne after his mother, Princess Rhaenyra urged her good father to name instead her second son, Lucerys. Lord Corlys also had half a dozen nephews, however, and the eldest of them, Sir Vaemond Valerion, protested that the inheritance by rights should pass to him, on the grounds that Rhaenyra's sons were bastards sired by Harwin Strong. The princess was not slow in answering this charge. She dispatched Prince Daemon to seize Sir Vaemond, had his head removed, and fed his carcass to her dragon, Syrax. It is quite hilarious how quickly Vaemond was dealt with in the books compared to the show. Also, the show made Rhaenyra too nice. This shows right here that Rhaenyra was not above ordering a man executed and fed to her dragon for challenging her children's parentage. This is the Rhaenyra we should have got. Even this did not end the matter, however. Sir Vaemond's younger cousins fled to King's Landing with his wife and sons, there to cry for justice and place their claims before the king and queen. King Viserys had grown extremely fat and red of face, and scarce had the strength to mount the steps to the Iron Throne. His Grace heard them out in a stony silence, then ordered their tongues removed. Every one. You were warned, he declared as they were being dragged away. I will hear no more of these lies. Yet, as he was descending, his Grace stumbled and reached out to right himself and sliced his left hand open to the bone on a jagged blade protruding from the throne. Though Grand Maester Mellos washed the cut out with boiled wine and bound up the hand with strips of linen soaked in healing ointments, fever soon followed, and many feared the king might die. Only the arrival of Princess Rhaenyra from Dragonstone turned the tide, for with her came her own healer, Maester Geradus, who acted swiftly to remove 2 fingers from his Grace's hand to save his life. Though much weakened by his ordeal, King Viserys soon resumed the rule. So it's pretty obvious that Mellos was trying to let the king die here, and here's why. Rhaenyra has 4 dragon riders on her side right now, herself, Daemon, Rhaenys, and Jace. This is comparable to the Green's 4 dragon riders, Aegon, Helaena, Aemond, and Daeron, who is the same age as Jace. Now, Aegon and Helaena have 3 extremely young children, with only 2 of them having hatched dragon eggs, Jaehaerys' Shrykos and Jaehaerys' Morgul. But it'll be 15 years before they can become fearsome dragon riders, and Aegon's youngest son, Maelor, his dragon egg hasn't hatched and might not. Compare this to Rhaenyra. She has in the pipeline 6 potential dragon riders. Luke, whose dragon is almost big enough to become fierce, Baela's Moon Dancer, who needs 1 more year, Joffrey and his dragon need a few more years, then Rhaena can potentially take one of the dragons on Dragonstone for herself. And like Aegon's children, Rhaenyra and Daemon have another 2 potential dragon riders in Aegon and Viserys, and she'll soon be pregnant with a 3rd. From now on, the more time that passes, the stronger Rhaenyra gets and the weaker Aegon becomes. So the Greens might as well start the dance now. Gyldayn writes, "To celebrate his recovery, a feast was held on the first day of 127 AC. The princess and the queen were both commanded to attend, with all their children. In a show of amity, each woman wore the other's color, and many declarations of love were made, to the king's great pleasure. Prince Daemon raised a cup to Sir Otto Hightower and thanked him for his leal services hand. Sir Otto, in turn, spoke of the prince's courage, whilst Alicent's children and Rhaenyra's greeted one another with kisses and broke bread together at table. Or so the court chronicles record. Yet late in the evening, after King Viserys had departed, for his grace still tired easily, Mushroom tells us that Aemond One-Eye rose to toast his Valyrian nephews, speaking in mock admiration of their brown hair, brown eyes, and strength. I have never known anyone so strong as my sweet nephews," he ended. So let us drain our cups to these 3 strong boys. Still later, the Fool reports Aegon the Elder took offense when Jacaerys asked his wife Helaena for a dance. Angry words were exchanged, and the 2 princes might have come to blows if not for the intervention of the Kingsguard. Whether King Viserys was ever informed of these incidents, we do not know, but Princess Rhaenyra and her sons returned to their own seat on Dragonstone the next morning. So the show had Viserys clued in to the fact the House of the Dragon was divided and needed to come together. But having Viserys be a gullible idiot who honestly believes Daemon and Otto's empty toasts and Rhaenyra and Alicent kissing each other meant that everything was resolved would have made this scene really intense. And then the moment Viserys leaves, both sides immediately go back to hating each other. Also, making Alicent and Rhaenyra become friends again at the end of Season 1 ruined both of their characters, because Alicent has no direction in Season 2 except to betray her children, and in which case, her helping them take the Iron Throne makes Alicent seem like an idiot. Imagine Cersei regretting putting her children on the Iron Throne. She would come off as wishy-washy and completely unenjoyable. Just let women be bad and make Alicent want her children to rule, and also make Rhaenyra more flawed and hateful in Season 1 and 2. The show would have been so much better off. Gyldayn writes, "After the loss of his fingers, Viserys I never sat upon the Iron Throne again. Thereafter, he shunned the throne room, preferring to hold court in his solar, and later in his bedchamber, surrounded by maesters, septons, and his faithful fool, Mushroom, the only man who could still make him laugh," says Mushroom. Death visited the court again a short time later, when Grand Maester Mellos collapsed one night whilst he was climbing the Serpentine steps. His had always been a moderating voice in council, forever urging calm and compromise whenever issue arose between the Blacks and the Greens. To the king's distress, however, the passing of the man he called "my trusted friend" only served to provoke a fresh dispute between the factions. Princess Rhaenyra wanted Maester Geradus, who had long served her on Dragonstone, elevated to replace Mellos. It was only his healing skills that had saved the king's life when Viserys cut his hand on the throne, she claimed. Queen Alicent, however, insisted that the princess and her maester had mutilated his grace unnecessarily. Had they not meddled, she claimed, Grand Maester Mellos would surely have saved the king's fingers as well as his life. She urged the appointment of one Maester Alfador, presently in service at the Hightower. Viserys, beset from both sides, chose neither, reminding both the princess and the queen that the choice was not his to make. The citadel of Old Town chose the Grand Maester, not the crown. So obviously Rhaenyra wanted a black supporter to replace Melos, while Alicent wanted a green one. But let's look at the life of Melos and see what he accomplished. Melos replaced Runziter as Grand Maester in 112 AC and dies 15 years later. He encouraged the match between Lenore and Rhaenyra despite knowing Lenore was gay. He also counseled for Daemon to return to King's Landing after the birth of his daughters. He was the one who suggested that the fire at Harrenhal that killed Lionel and Harwin was ordered by Viserys. In our opinion, he secretly helped reappoint Otto Hightower with Alicent and failed to treat King Viserys' sliced hand. So everything he did seems neutral, but can be twisted to helping the Greens in one way or another, and in which case he was not a moderator between the Greens and the Blacks, but a secret Alicent supporter. Gildane writes, "In due time the conclave bestowed the chain of office upon Archmaester Orwell, one of their own. King Viserys did seem to recover some of his old vigor once the new Grand Maester arrived at court. Septon Eustace tells us that this was the result of prayer, but most believed that Orwell's potions and tinctures were more efficacious than the leechings Melos had preferred." In Season 1, where George was still involved, the show touched on this and how Melos's treatments might be killing Viserys, but never went anywhere with the disagreement between Melos and Orwell on how best to treat the king. So if Melos was mistreating Viserys on purpose, we'll never know. Gildane writes, "But such recoveries proved short-lived, and gout, chest pains, and shortness of breath continued to trouble the king. In the final years of his reign, as his health failed, Viserys left ever more of the governance of the realm to his hand and small council. Perforce we ought to look at the members of that small council on the eve of the great events of 129 AC, for they were to play a large role in all that followed. The king's hand remained Sir Otto Hightower, father of the queen and uncle to the Lord of Oldtown. Grand Maester Orwell was the newest member of the council and was thought to favour neither blacks nor greens. The Lord Commander of the Kingsguard remained Sir Criston Cole, however, and in him Rhaenyra had a bitter foe. The aged Lord Lyman Beesbury was Master of Coin, in which capacity he had served almost uninterrupted since the old king's day. The youngest councillors were the Lord Admiral and Master of Ships, Sir Tywin Lannister, brother to the Lord of Castle Rock, and the Lord Confessor and Master of Whisperers, Larys Strong, Lord of Harrenhal. Lord Jasper Wilde, Master of Laws, known amongst the small folk as Ironrod, completed the council. Every single one of these people are Green supporters, except for Lyman Beesbury, who was appointed before the conspiracy to change the succession had been orchestrated, which shows just how entrenched the Oldtown conspiracy was in Viserys' reign. His entire small council were all just waiting for Viserys to die so they could install Aegon as king. Gildane writes, "As the Seven Kingdoms welcomed the 129th year after Aegon's conquest with bonfires, feasts, and bacchanals, King Viserys I Targaryen was growing ever weaker. His chest pains had grown so severe that he could no longer climb a flight of steps and had to be carried about the Red Keep in a chair. By the second moon of the year, his grace had lost all appetite and was ruling the realm from his bed, when he felt strong enough to rule it all. Most days he preferred to leave matters of state to his hand, Sir Otto Hightower. On Dragonstone, meanwhile, Princess Rhaenyra was once again great with child. She took to her bed. On the third day of the third moon of 129 AC, Princess Helena brought her 3 children to visit the king in his chambers. The twins, Jaehaerys and Jaehaera, were 6 years old, their brother Maelor only 2. His Grace gave the babe a pearl ring off his finger to play with, and told the twins the story of how their great-great-grandsire and namesake Jaehaerys had flown his dragon north to the Wall to defeat a vast host of wildlings, giants and wargs. Though the children had heard the story a dozen times before, they listened attentively. Afterward, the king sent them away, pleading weariness and a tightness in his chest. Then Viserys of House Targaryen, the first of his name, king of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, lord of the 7 kingdoms and protector of the realm, closed his eyes and went to sleep. He never woke. He was 52 years old and had reigned over most of Westeros for 26 years. So, the show had Viserys tell Alicent the prophecy to convince her to switch the succession to Aegon, which ruins Alicent's character in Season 2, making her so wishy-washy in what does she even want. Also, Viserys tells his grandchildren a story that never happened. Jaehaerys never flew north to fight the wildlings. Lastly, this was probably the best time for Viserys to die for the Greens, because had he lived longer, Luke, Joffrey, and Baela's dragons were all on the cusp being ferocious dragon riders that would have swung the balance towards Rhaenyra. So, for the Greens, it was really now or never. Gildain writes, "Then the storm broke and the dragons danced. The dance of the dragons is the flowery name bestowed upon the savage internal struggle for the Iron Throne of Westeros, fought between 2 rival branches of House Targaryen during the years 129 to 131 AC. To characterize the dark, turbulent, bloody doings of this period as a dance strikes us as grotesquely inappropriate. No doubt the phrase originated with some singer. The dying of the dragons would be altogether more fitting. But tradition, time, and Grand Maester Munkin have burned the more poetic usage into the pages of history, so we must dance along with the rest. There were 2 principal claimants to the Iron Throne upon the death of King Viserys I Targaryen. His daughter Rhaenyra, the only surviving child of his first marriage, and Aegon, his eldest son by his second wife. Amidst the chaos and carnage brought on by their rivalry, other would-be kings would stake claims as well, strutting about like murmurs on a stage for a fortnight or a moon's turn, only to fall as swiftly as they had arisen. The dance split the 7 kingdoms into 2, as lords, knights, and small folk declared for one side or the other and took up arms against one another. Even House Targaryen itself was divided, when the kith, kin, and children of each of the claimants became embroiled in the fighting. Over the 2 years of struggle, a terrible toll was taken on the great lords of Westeros, together with their bannermen, knights, and small folk. Whilst the dynasty survived, the end of the fighting saw Targaryen power much diminished, and the world's last dragons vastly reduced in number. So this right here was the purpose of the Dance of the Dragon. As we go through every battle, you will see the Maesters, the Faith, and Larys Strong helping kill off as many dragons as possible. Whether House Hightower were in on this, or thought that they would be replacing House Targaryen as the new dragon riders of Westeros, we don't really know. All we know is that Marwyn was right when he told Samwell Tarly, "Who do you think killed all the dragons the last time around?" It was the Citadel. Gildain writes, "The dance was a war unlike any other ever fought in the long history of the 7 kingdoms. Though armies marched and met in a savage battle, much of the slaughter took place on water and especially in the air, as dragon fought dragon with tooth and claw and flame. It was a war marked by stealth, murder, and betrayal as well, a war fought in shadows and stairwells, council chambers and castle yards, with knives and lies and poison. Long simmering, the conflict burst into the open on the 3rd day of the 3rd moon of 129 AC, when the ailing, bedridden King Viserys I Targaryen closed his eyes for a nap in the Red Keep of King's Landing and died without waking. His body was discovered by a serving man at the hour of the bat, when it was the king's custom to take a cup of Hippocras. The servant ran to inform Queen Alicent, whose apartments were on the floor below the king's. Septon Eustace, writing on these events some years later, points out that the manservant delivered his dire tidings directly to the queen, and her alone, without raising a general alarum. Eustace does not believe this was wholly fortuitous. The king's death had been anticipated for some time, he argues, and Queen Alicent and her party, the so-called Greens, had taken care to instruct all of Viserys' guards and servants what to do when the day came. The dwarf mushroom suggests a more sinister scenario whereby Queen Alicent hurried King Viserys on his way with a pinch of poison in his Hippocras. It must be noted that mushroom was not in King's Landing the night the king died, but rather on Dragonstone in service with Princess Rhaenyra. So, it's interesting that Eustace and not Grand Maester Orwyle let us know that the Queen had already made preparations to keep the king's death a secret for as long as possible so they could move against Rhaenyra, which means they were anticipating his death and always had every intention of stealing the throne immediately. If Viserys had just survived a few more years, Rhaenyra would have had a guaranteed 3 more ferocious dragon riders in Luke, Baela, and Joffrey, and more children by Daemon, so the timing of Viserys' death is very suspicious. Once they had confirmed that Viserys was dead, Her Grace ordered his room sealed and placed under guard. The serving man who had found the king's body was taken into custody to make certain he did not spread the tale. Sir Criston returned to White Sword Tower and sent his brothers of the King's Guard to summon the members of the King's Small Council. It was the hour of the owl. Then, as now, the sworn brotherhood of the King's Guard consisted of 7 knights, men of proven loyalty and undoubted prowess, who had taken solemn oaths to devote their lives to defending the king's person and kin. Only 5 of the White Cloaks were in King's Landing at the time of Viserys' death. Sir Criston himself, Sir Aric Cargyle, Sir Rickard Thorne, Sir Stephen Darkland, and Sir Willis Fell. Sir Eric Cargyle, twin to Sir Aric, and Sir Laurent Marbrand were with Princess Rhaenyra on Dragonstone. They remained unaware and uninvolved as their brothers-in-arms went forth into the night to rouse the members of the small council from their beds. The council convened in the Queen's apartments within Maegor's Holdfast. Many accounts have come down to us of what was said and done that night. By far the most detailed of them is Grand Maester Munkens, The Dance of the Dragons, a true telling. So Munkens' exhaustive history was written a generation later and relies heavily upon the confessions of Grand Maester Orwyle as set down before his execution. Unlike Mushroom and Septon Eustace, whose versions derive from rumours, Orwyle was present at the meeting and took part in the council's deliberations and decisions, though it must be recognised that at the time he wrote, Orwyle was most anxious to show himself in a favourable light and absolve himself of any blame for what was to follow. Therefore, Munkens' true telling paints Orwyle in perhaps too favourable a light. So this is interesting. Our main source for what happens in King's Landing is Orwyle, a man about to be executed, and he is hoping to save himself. This means he will downplay the Old Town conspiracy as much as possible, because otherwise he will definitely get executed. Thus, we need to read his work very carefully to uncover the truth. Udain writes, Gathering in the queen's chambers as the body of her lord husband grew cold above were Queen Alicent herself, her father Sir Otto Hightower, Hand of the King, Sir Criston Cole, Lord Commander of the King's Guard, Grand Maester Orwyle, Lord Lyman Beesbury, Master of Coin, a man of 80, Sir Tywin Lannister, Master of Ships, brother to the Lord of Castle Rock, Larys Strong, called Larys Clubfoot, Lord of Harrenhal, Master of Whisperers, and Lord Jasper Wilde, called Ironrod, Master of Laws. Grand Maester Munkin dubs this gathering the Green Council, in his true telling. Grand Maester Orwyle opened the meeting by reviewing the customary tasks and procedures required at the death of a king. He said, Septon Eustace should be summoned to perform the last rites and pray for the king's soul. A raven must needs be sent to Dragonstone at once to inform Princess Rhaenyra of her father's passing. Mayhaps her grace the queen would care to write the message so as to soften these sad tidings with some words of condolence. The bells are always rung to announce the death of a king. Someone should see to that. And, of course, we must begin to make our preparation for Queen Rhaenyra's coronation. Sir Otto Hightower cut him off. All this must needs wait, he declared, until the question of succession is settled. So there's a good chance Grand Maester Orwyle actually didn't say this, since this account comes from him, and we know in the text Orwyle is trying to absolve himself of any involvement in causing the Dance of the Dragons. It might have been Lyman Beesbury. Gildane writes, as the king's hand, he was empowered to speak with the king's voice, even to sit the Iron Throne in the king's absence. Viserys had granted him the authority to rule over the 7 kingdoms, and until such time as our new king is crowned, that rule would continue. Until our new queen is crowned, someone said. In Grand Maester Munkin's account, the words are Orwyle's, spoken softly, no more than a quibble. But Mushroom and Septon Eustace insist it was Lord Beesbury who spoke up, and in a waspish tone. No need to debate this, it was Beesbury who stood up for Rhaenyra like we saw in the show. Gildane writes, King, insisted Queen Alicent. The Iron Throne by rights must pass to His Grace's eldest trueborn son. The discussion that followed lasted nigh onto dawn, Grand Maester Munkin tells us. In their accounts, only Lord Beesbury spoke on behalf of Princess Rhaenyra, the ancient master of coin who had served King Viserys for the majority of his reign, and his grandfather, Jaehaerys the Old King before him, reminded the council that Rhaenyra was older than her brothers and had more Targaryen blood, that the late king had chosen her as his successor, that he had repeatedly refused to alter the succession despite the pleadings of Queen Alicent and her Greens, that hundreds of lords and landed knights had done obedience to the queen in 105 AC. But these words fell on ears made of stone. Sir Tywin pointed out that many of the lords who had sworn to defend the succession of Princess Rhaenyra were long dead. It has been 24 years, he said. I myself swore no such oath. I was a child at the time. Ironrod, the Master of Laws, cited the Great Council of 101 and the Old King's choice of Balon rather than Rhaenys in 92, then discoursed at length about Aegon the Conqueror and his sisters, and the hollowed Andal tradition wherein the rights of a trueborn son always came before the rights of a mere daughter. Also Otto reminded them that Rhaenyra's husband was none other than Prince Daemon, and we all know that one's nature. Make no mistake, should Rhaenyra ever sit the Iron Throne, it will be Lord Fleabottom who rules us. A king consort as cruel and unforgiving as Maegor ever was. My own head will be the first cut off, I do not doubt. but your queen, my daughter, will soon follow. So in the books, it actually makes sense why the Greens don't want Rhaenyra to become queen. They are scared of Daemon being a second Maegor, which he kind of is. So their fear is somewhat justified, and even if Alicent and all her children retreat to Oldtown, they won't be able to get more dragons. Meanwhile, Rhaenyra will keep pumping out dragon-riding children until she has an army of dragon riders that Daemon could lead against Oldtown and completely destroy them, even with Vhagar. Gyldayn writes, Queen Alicent echoed him, "Nor will they spare my children," she declared. Aegon and his brothers are the king's true-born sons with a better claim to the throne than her brood of bastards. Daemon will find some pretext to put them all to death, even Helaena and her little ones. One of these strongs put out Aemon's eyes, never forget. He was a boy, aye, but the boy is the father to the man, and bastards are monstrous by nature. Sir Criston Cole spoke up. Should the princess reign, he reminded them, Jacaerys Valerion would rule after her. 7 save this realm if we seat a bastard on the Iron Throne. He spoke of Rhaenyra's wanton ways and the infamy of her husband. They will turn the Red Keep into a brothel. No man's daughters will be safe, nor any man's wife. Even the boys. We know what Lenore was. So, the show had Cole be a jealous, spurned lover, but this dialogue reads as a religious zealot who truly believes that Rhaenyra is a harlot, and her children and Daemon will sodomize the realm. Gyldayn writes, It is not recorded that Lord Larys Strong spoke a word during this debate, but that was not unusual. Though glib of tongue when need be, the master of whisperers hoarded his words like a misser hoarding coins, preferring to listen rather than talk. So Larys is plotting here how to maximize the highest number of dragon fatalities as he can, while pretending to be aligned with the Greens at this point. It is a shame how the show ruined all 4 of these characters. Show Otto is an idiot for thinking Aegon would make a good king, whereas in the books, his brother charged him with having House Hightower replace the Targaryens as the new dragon riders of Westeros. Show Alicent is an idiot for being convinced by some half-muttered prophecy as Viserys lay dying, whereas in the books, she is justified in thinking her children are all going to die. Criston is a loser in the show who just becomes a nihilist, whereas in the books, he is motivated by righteous fury after Rhaenyra's many attempts to try and sleep with him. And Show Larys just has a foot fetish, whereas in the books, he is one of the masterminds behind the carnage that is about to unfold. And like Varys, he is doing it for the realm. Gyldayn writes, If we do this, Grand Maester Orwyle cautioned the council, according to the true telling, it must surely lead to war. The princess will not meekly stand aside, and she has dragons. And friends, Lord Beesbury declared, men of honor, who will not forget the vows they swore to her and her father. I am an old man, but not so old that I will sit here meekly while the likes of you plot to steal her crown. And so saying, he rose to go. As to what happened next, our sources differ. Grand Maester Orwyle tells us that Lord Beesbury was seized at the door by the command of Sir Otto Hightower and escorted to the dungeons. Confined to a black cell, he would, in time, perish of a chill whilst awaiting trial. This is not true. Orwyle is trying to portray himself as only working with the Greens because he wanted to broker peace with the Blacks, which is why he wants his executioners to think he wasn't there when Beesbury died. Because if he was there when Beesbury died and continued to work with the Greens, well, then he is as guilty as they are for the carnage that is about to unfold. Gyldayn writes, Septon Eustace tells it elsewise. In his account, Sir Criston Cole forced Lord Beesbury back into a seat and opened his throat with a dagger. Mushroom charges Sir Criston with his lordship's death as well, but in his version, Cole grasped the old man by the back of his collar and flung him out a window. to die impaled upon the iron spikes in the dry moat below. All three chronicles agree on one particular. The first bloodshed in the Dance of the Dragons belonged to Lord Lyman Beesbury, Master of Coin and Lord Treasurer of the Seven Kingdoms. It was clearly either Mushroom or Eustace's account, but most likely Eustace, since throwing Beesbury out of a window would make it harder to cover up his death. Honestly, this would have been so much cooler than what the show gave us. Instead of an emotional Cole killing Lyman accidentally, having Cole coolly walk up behind Beesbury and slit his throat to show how committed he is to Aegon. And it tells everyone else in the room, you are either with us or against us. Which is why Larys publicly declares his support right after this. Gildane writes, "No further dissent was heard after the death of Lord Beesbury. The rest of the night was spent making plans for the new king's coronation. It must be done quickly, all agreed. All drawing up lists of possible allies and potential enemies should Princess Rhaenyra refuse to accept King Aegon's ascension. With the princess in confinement on Dragonstone about to give birth, Queen Alicent's Greens enjoyed an advantage. The longer Rhaenyra remained ignorant of the king's death, the slower she would be to move. Mayhaps the will die in childbirth, Queen Alicent is reported to have said, according to Mushroom. Mushroom wasn't there, and no one on the Green faction would have told him this. Gildane writes, "No ravens flew that night, no bells rang. Those servants who knew of the king's passing were sent to the dungeons. So Criston Cole was given the task of taking into custody such blacks as remained at court, those lords and knights who might be inclined to favor Princess Rhaenyra. Do them no violence, unless they resist. Sir Otto Hightower commanded, such men as bend the knee and swear fealty to King Aegon shall suffer no harm at our hands. And those who will not, asked Grand Maester Orwyle, are traitors, said Ironrod, and must die a traitor's death. The Greens are in such a weak position here, they might have almost been better to have Aemond and Aegon launch a surprise attack on Dragonstone and hopefully try to burn all the blacks alive before they reach their dragons. However, that would be a high-risk, high-reward play, since if they fail to do so, they would be surrounded by Rhaenyra's dragons and far from safety. But Aemond and Aegon should know the layout of Dragonstone pretty well, so they could have Aegon block the entrance to the Dragon Mount while Aemond roasts everyone inside Dragonstone. However, the Dragon Mount has deep volcanic caverns and tunnels that the Blacks could use to reach their dragons. But even so, Aemond could snipe them as they try to fly out of the Dragon Mount. Helaena probably wouldn't agree to help out with this attack, and Daeron was in Oldtown. Gildane writes, Lord Larys Strong, Master of Whisperers, then spoke for the first and only time. Let us be the first to swear, he said, lest there be traitors here amongst us. Drawing his dagger, the clubfoot drew it across his palm. A blood oath, he urged, to bind us all together, brothers unto death. And so each of the conspirators slashed their palms and clasped hands with one another, swearing brotherhood. Doesn't this prove Grand Maester Orwyle was not neutral, but a clear Green supporter, since he swore a blood oath to make Aegon king? Also, I wonder if this blood oath was important for Larys and was responsible for all those who betrayed Aegon to die later during the winter fever as punishment for breaking their blood oath. Or maybe Larys just did this so no one would suspect him later when he betrays the Greens in favor for the Blacks. It is a shame how complex Cole, Larys, Tyland are in the books compared to their show counterparts. Also, the show should have included the blood oath part to add to the ambience of the scene. Gildane writes, Queen Alicent, alone amongst them, was excused from the oath on account of her womanhood. Dawn was breaking over the city before Queen Alicent dispatched the Kingsguard to bring her sons, Aegon and Aemond, to the council. Prince Daron, the youngest and gentlest of her children, was in Old Town serving as Lord Hightower's squire. One-eyed Prince Aemond, 19, was found in the armory, donning plate and mail for his morning practice in the castle yard. "Is Aegon king?" he asked Sir Willis Fell, "or must we kneel and kiss the old oar's cunny?" So, Stefan Darkland is about to betray the Greens and go over to Rhaenyra with her father's crown. But if he was a true Rhaenyra loyalist, he should have waited until Aemond was asleep or his back turned and driven a knife through his neck, since without Vhagar, the Greens cannot win. Obviously, it would mean Stefan's death, but his queen would win and he'd probably go down as the greatest Kingsguard who ever lived. The show had this be Aric Cargyle who stole the crown and fled King's Landing with Rhaenys. Gildane writes, "Princess Helena was breaking her fast with her children when the Kingsguard came to her, but when asked the whereabouts of Prince Aegon, her brother and husband, she said only, 'He is not in my bed, you may be sure. Feel free to search beneath the blankets.' Prince Aegon was at his revels," Monken says in his true telling vaguely. The testimony of Mushroom claims Sir Criston found the young king-to-be drunk and naked in a flea-bottom rat pit, where two gutter snipes with filed teeth were biting and tearing at each other for his amusement, whilst a girl who could not have been more than 12 pleasured his member with her mouth. Let us put that ugly picture down to Mushroom being Mushroom, however, and consider instead the words of Septon Eustace. Though the good Septon admits Prince Aegon was with a paramour when he was found, he insists the girl was the daughter of a wealthy trader and well cared for besides. So we think neither of these claims are true, and Aegon was doing something in the middle. Also, Mushroom was on Dragonstone at the time. Gildane writes, "Moreover, the prince at first refused to be part of his mother's plans. 'My sister is the heir, not me,' he says in Eustace's account. What sort of brother steals his sister's birthright?" This is probably Aegon's best quality in the books. He didn't want to overthrow Rhaenyra. Clearly, Viserys had talked to his son and Aegon agreed with his dad that Rhaenyra was the heir. Meanwhile, Aemond, Alicent and Otto were all dead set on ignoring Viserys' wishes after he died. Maybe Aegon and Viserys actually did have a pretty okay relationship in the book, and the show never touches on it. And yes, if I were Aegon, I too would not sleep in my sister's bed and find somewhere else to be. Also, why couldn't the show have given us one scene with Viserys talking with his children where he actually talked to them about the succession? That would have been fascinating to see and maybe get a hint of what Viserys thought of Aemond's martial prowess and some pride in Viserys that all his children ended up being dragon riders. Gildane writes, "Only when Sir Criston convinced him that the princess must surely execute him and his brothers should she don the crown, did Aegon waver. Whilst any trueborn Targaryen yet lives, no strong can ever hope to sit the Iron Throne," Cole said. "Rhaenyra has no choice but to take your heads if she wishes her bastards to rule after her." It was this, and only this, that persuaded Aegon to accept the crown that the small council was offering him, insists our gentle Septon. We think Eustace is trustworthy, but he is also very gullible as well. Also, the show had it be Alicent who convinced Aegon to take the crown, and really regulating Criston Cole, the kingmaker, as a side character in his own king-making. Cole doesn't get his speech during the Green Council about Rhaenyra being a and not seating bastards on the Iron Throne, and he doesn't even get to convince Aegon to become king either. Gildane writes, "Whilst the knights of the Kingsguard were seeking after Queen Alicent's sons, other messengers summoned the commander of the city watch and his captains. There were 7, each commanding one of the city gates, to the Red Keep. 5 were judged sympathetic to Prince Aegon's cause when questioned. The other 2, along with their commander, were deemed untrustworthy and found themselves in chains. Sir Luther Largent, the most fearsome of the Leal Five, was made the new commander of the Gold Cloaks. A bull of a man nigh on 7 feet tall, Largent was rumoured to have once killed a warhorse with a single punch. Sir Otto, being a prudent man however, he took care to name his own son, Sir Gawain Hightower, the Queen's brother, as Largent's second, instructing him to keep a wary eye on Sir Luther for any signs of disloyalty. Season 2 should have included Luther Largent and the Leal Five to better set up Season 3, and the Gold Cloaks turning on the Greens because Daemon was the one who gave them their gold cloaks. So, in the show, they had Alicent's brother, Gawain Hightower, march with Criston Cole towards Rook's Rest instead of joining the Gold Cloaks. Gildain writes, Sir Tywin Lannister was named Master of Coin in place of the late Lord Beesbury and acted at once to seize the royal treasury. The crown's gold was divided into 4 parts. One part was entrusted to the care of the Iron Bank of Bravos for safekeeping, another sent under strong guard to Castle Rock, a third to Old Town. The remaining wealth was to be used for bribes and gifts and to hire sellswords if needed. To take Sir Tywin's place as Master of Ships, Sir Otto looked to the Iron Islands, dispatching a raven to Dalton Greyjoy, the Red Kraken, the daring and bloodthirsty 16-year-old Lord Reaper of Pike, offering him the Admiralty and a seat on the council for his allegiance. A day passed, then another. Neither Septons nor Silent Sisters were summoned to the bedchamber where King Viserys lay, swollen and rotting. No bells rang. Ravens flew, but not to Dragonstone. They went instead to Old Town, to Castle Rock, to River Run, to Highgarden, and to many other lords and knights whom Queen Alicent had cause to think might be sympathetic for her son. So the Greens completely misread the situation in the Riverlands, Reach and Iron Islands, which swung the balance in favour of Rhaenyra, who at the onset of the dance was always going to get the North, Vale and House Valyrian. Realistically, the only way for the Greens to win was to strike Rhaenyra before she could muster all her allies. But again, Dragonstone is a fortress with all the dragons. Moreover, Aemon securing the Stormlands was probably the only thing that kept the Greens in the fight as long as they did. Honestly, Viserys should have just gotten Aegon, Aemond, Helena, and Daeron to marry into Dornish houses or the Free Cities. Thus, the Greens could have had their own kingdom in Dorne, or Pentos, or Volantis. The Volantii would have loved to have dragon riders again. And if Rhaenyra had sent Rhaenys and Daemon to get Storm's End, which was Rhaenys' mother's house, I can't see Boris siding with the Greens whilst getting stared down by Rhaenys and Daemon. And if Aemond was there, we would have had an early battle of the God's Eye. Gildain writes, "The annals of the Great Council of 101 were brought forth and examined, and note was made of which lords had spoken for Viserys, and which for Rhaenys, Laena, or Lenore. The lords assembled had favoured the male claimant over the female by 20 to 1, but there had been dissenters, and those same houses were most like to lend Princess Rhaenyra their support should it come to war. The princess would have the sea snake and his fleets, Sir Otto judged, and like as not the other lords of the eastern shores as well. Lords Bar Emmon, Macy, Celtigar, and Crabbe most like. All these houses support Stannis for king in a clash of kings, including House Valyrian, and the Celtigars are silver-haired Valyrians like the Targaryens." Gildain writes, "Perhaps even the Evenstar of Tarth, all were lesser powers save for the Valyrians. The Northmen were a greater concern. Winterfell had spoken for Rhaenys at Harrenhal, as had Lord Stark's bannermen, Dustin of Barrowtown and Manderley of White Harbour. Nor could House Arryn be relied upon, for the Eyrie was presently ruled by a woman, Lady Jean, the Maiden of the Vale, whose own rights might be called into question should Princess Rhaenyra be put aside." Okay, How was the vote 20-1? If the North, Stormlands and Valyrian all came out in support of Rhaenys at the Great Council of 101, the vote should have been much closer, and the fact that so many regions support Rhaenyra almost proves that the Great Council had been rigged by the Maesters and House Strong. So long as you have a dragon and unnamed successor, lords are willing to accept female Targaryen rule. The argument that the High Lords will only follow a male ruler on the Iron Throne is completely smashed when more than half of Westeros supports Rhaenyra because she was named successor and had more dragons. Also, did you know the Dustins of Barrowtown used to be kings of the North before the Starks, and the Manderleys are exiles from the Reach who arrived on the shores of the North and were granted lands by the Starks, which is why they are super loyal to the Direwolf. Gyldayn writes, "The greatest danger was deemed to be Storm's End, for House Baratheon had always been staunch in support of the claims of Princess Rhaenys and her children. Though old Lord Bourmont had died, his son Boris was even more belligerent than his father, and the lesser Stormlords would surely follow wherever he led. Then we must see that he leads them to our king," Queen Alicent declared, whereupon she sent for her second son. Thus it was not a raven who took flight for Storm's End that day, but Vhagar, oldest and largest of the dragons of Westeros. On her back rode Prince Aemon Targaryen with a sapphire in the place of his missing eye. "Your purpose is to win the hand of one of Lord Baratheon's daughters," his grandsire Sir Otto told him before he flew. "Any of the four will do. Woo her and wed her, and Lord Boris will deliver the Stormlands for your brother. Fail, I will not fail." Prince Aemon blustered. "Aegon will have Storm's End, and I will have this girl." By the time Prince Aemon took his leave, the stink from the dead king's bedchamber had wafted all through Maegor's Holdfast, and many wild tales and rumors were spreading through the court and castle. Honestly, how did Rhaenyra's faction over the last 10 years not bother to secure Storm's End? It is literally the most strategic castle to King's Landing, barring Harrenhal, and with it comes all the Stormlands. One marriage alliance, or have Rhaenys visit it and convince her first cousin to support Rhaenyra, and then the Blacks would have the Vale, the Valyrians, the North and the Stormlands to completely surround and destroy the Greens, whose strength is concentrated in the west, far from King's Landing. Like, Boris is right. Why were the Blacks taking him for granted and not offering him anything? Like, just give him Hand of the King or anything that would guarantee his support. Gyldayn writes, "The dungeons under the Red Keep had swallowed up so many men suspected of disloyalty that even the High Septon had begun to wonder at these disappearances, and sent word from the Starry Sept of Oldtown asking after some of the missing. Sir Otto Hightower, as methodical a man as ever served his hand, wanted more time to make preparations, but Queen Alicent knew they could delay no longer. Prince Aegon had grown wary of secrecy. 'Am I king or no?' he demanded of his mother. 'If I am king, then crown me.' The bells began to ring on the 10th day of the 3rd moon of 129 AC, tolling the end of a reign. Grand Maester Orwyle was at last allowed to send forth his ravens, and the blackbirds took to the air by the hundreds, spreading the word of Aegon's ascension to every far corner of the realm. The Silent Sisters were sent for to prepare the corpse for burning, and riders went forth on pale horses to spread the word to the people of King's Landing, crying, "King Viserys is dead, long live King Aegon." Hearing the cries, Munkin writes, some wept whilst others cheered, but most of the small folk stared in silence, confused and wary, and now and again a voice cried out, "Long live our queen!" So that's kind of interesting, that most of the small folk don't care who rules them, and neither Rhaenyra or Aegon were super popular. What the small folk really wanted was just to be left alone. Gildane writes, "Meanwhile, hurried preparations were made for the coronation. The dragon pit was chosen as the site. Under its mighty dome were stone benches sufficient to seat 80,000, and the pit's thick walls, strong roof, and towering bronze doors made it defensible should traitors attempt to disrupt the ceremony." Ryan Condell probably read this passage and thought it would be interesting to have the blacks attack the coronation, which is why we had that rainy scene at the end of episode 9. Although it still doesn't make any sense why Rhaenys wouldn't safeguard her 2 granddaughters married to Jace and Luke and wipe out the Greens in just one fire blast. Gildane writes, "On the appointment day, Sir Criston Cole placed the iron and ruby crown of Aegon the Conqueror upon the brow of the eldest son of King Viserys and Queen Alicent, proclaiming him Aegon of House Targaryen, second of his name, King of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, Lord of the 7 Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm. His mother, Queen Alicent, beloved of the small folk, placed her own crown upon the head of her daughter, Helena, Aegon's wife and sister. After kissing her cheeks, the mother knelt before the daughter, bowing her head, and said, 'My queen.' How many came to see the crowning remains a matter of dispute. Grand Maester Munkin, drawing upon Orwyle, tells us that more than 100,000 small folk jammed into the dragon pit, their cheers so loud they shook the very walls, whilst Mushroom says the stone benches were half filled. The truth is probably somewhere in the middle, or the Gold Cloaks forced everyone to attend like we saw in the show." Gildane writes, "With the High Septon in Old Town, too old and frail to journey to King's Landing, it fell to Septon Eustace to anoint King Aegon's brow with holy oils, and bless him in the 7 names of God." So, the only justification the show can have for Rhaenys' dragon pit attack is that they use it later to justify the shepherd and the storming of the dragon pit, since the people of King's Landing all lost someone in Rhaenys' attack, which was the killing of innocent civilians who were forcibly crowded in there. Otherwise, this scene is a complete waste of time and HBO's money, since it just makes Rhaenys look like an idiot and serves nothing. This incident doesn't change the Greens in any way. It might as well have not happened. Remove it and nothing changes. Gildane writes, "A few of those in attendance with sharper eyes than most might have noticed that there were but 4 white cloaks in attendance on the new king, not 5. Aegon II had suffered his first defections the night before, when Sir Stefan Darkland of the Kingsguard had slipped away from the city with his squire, 2 stewards and 4 guardsmen. Under the cover of darkness, they made their way out a postern gate to where a fisherman's skiff awaited to take them to Dragonstone. They brought with them a stolen crown, a band of yellow gold ornated with 7 gems of different colors. This was the crown King Viserys had worn, and the old King Jaehaerys before him. So the show had this be Eric Cargyle. But again, why didn't Darkland just assassinate Aegon the Usurper or Aemond? Either actions would have meant Darkland's death, but he would have died for his queen and won her the war with a single stroke. Because at this early stage, the Greens really can't afford to lose a single dragon. Otherwise, the Blacks could all work together to take out Vhagar if they don't have Sunfire to worry about. And Helena is not a battle-hardened dragon rider, and Daeron's dragon is as small as Jace's and in Old Town. Gildane writes, "When Prince Aegon had decided to wear the iron and ruby crown of his namesake, the Conqueror, Queen Alicent had ordered Viserys' crown locked away, but the steward entrusted with the task had made off with it instead. After the coronation, the remaining Kingsguard escorted Aegon to his mount, a splendid creature with gleaming golden scales and pale pink wing membranes. Sunfire was the name given this dragon of the Golden Dawn. Munkin tells us the king flew thrice around the city before landing inside the walls of the Red Keep. Sir Eric Cargyle led his grace into the torchlit throne room where Aegon II mounted the steps of the Iron Throne before 1,000 lords and knights. Shouts rang through the hall. Yes, Aegon only had the support of some of the richest and most powerful lords in Westeros. The small folk didn't want him, and ironically, neither did the majority of the lords in Westeros. Just those who conspired to make Aegon king to advance their own interests, wealth, and prestige. Gyldayn writes, "On Dragonstone no cheers were heard. Instead, screams echoed through the halls and stairwells of Sea Dragon Tower. Down from the Queen's apartments where Rhaenyra Targaryen strained and shuddered in her 3rd day of labor. The child had not been due for another turn of the moon, but the tidings from King's Landings had driven the princess into a black fury. And her rage seemed to bring on the birth, as if the babe inside her were angry too, and fighting to get out. The princess shrieked curses all through her labor, calling down the wrath of the gods upon her half-brothers and their mother, the queen, and detailing the torments she would inflict upon them before she would let them die. She cursed the child inside her too," Mushroom tells us, clawing at her swollen belly as Maester Gerardus and her midwife tried to restrain her and shouting, "Monster! Monster! Get out! Get out! Get out!" When the babe at last came forth, she proved indeed a monster. A stillborn girl, twisted and malformed, with a hole in her chest where her heart should have been, and a stubby scaled tail, or so Mushroom describes her. The dwarf tells us that it was he who carried the little thing to the yard for burning. So what happens to Rhaenyra here is similar to what happened to Daenerys, but this was after Daenerys tried to use blood magic to save Khal Drogo's life. So is this a callback for the sake of a callback, or is this the reason why Rhaenyra, Dreamfire Rhaena, and so on are able to birth dragons is because they have such a strong telepathic connection with their dragon that when they get pregnant, they induce their own dragon, Dreamfire and Syrax, to also get pregnant. However, the connection goes both ways, and the reason why Daenerys and Rhaenyra's children were part dragon was because their emotional state was so unstable, they manifested dragon features onto their own children. This is some real body horror, Lovecraftian nightmare stuff here, but it might explain what is going on and why the Maesters think special female Targaryen women must be stopped at all cost from creating a second Valyria. Gyldayn writes, "The dead girl had been named Visenya. Princess Rhaenyra announced the next day when milk of the poppy had blunted the edge of her pain. She was my only daughter, and they killed her. They stole my crown and murdered my daughter, and they shall answer for it." And so the dance began as the princess called a council of her own, the Black Council. The true telling names that gathering on Dragonstone, setting it against the Green Council of King's Landing. Rhaenyra herself presided, seated between her uncle and husband, Prince Daemon, and her trusted counselor, Maester Gerardus. Her 3 sons were present with them, though none had reached the age of manhood. Jace was 14, Luke 13, Joffrey 11. 2 Kingsguards stood with them, Sir Eric Cargyle, twin to Sir Eric, and the Westerman, Sir Laurent Marbrand. 30 knights, 100 crossbowmen, and 300 men-at-arms made up the rest of Dragonstone's garrison. That had always been deemed sufficient for a fortress of such strength. As an instrument of conquest, however, our army leaves something to be desired. Prince Daemon observes sourly. A dozen lesser lords, bannermen and vassals to Dragonstone sat at the Black Council as well. Celtigar of Claw Isle, Staunton of Rook's Rest, Macy of Stone Dance, Bar Emmon of Sharp Point, and Darklyn of Duskendale amongst them. But the greatest lord to pledge his strength to the princess was Corlys Valyrion of Driftmark. Though the sea snake had grown old, he liked to say that he was clinging to life like a drowning sailor clinging to the wreckage of a sunken ship. Mayhaps the seven have preserved me for this one last fight. With Lord Corley's came his wife, Princess Rhaenys, 55, her face lean and lined, her black hair streaked with white, yet fierce and fearless as she had been at 22. The queen who never was, Mushroom calls her. Ironically, Rhaenyra has the exact same problem Stannis had at the beginning of A Game of Thrones, despite having the rightful claim and being well positioned to take King's Landing. There are no large armies in Dragonstone's vicinity to take the capital. Instead, Storm's End, Harrenhal, or the Vale are what Stannis, Daemon, and Viserys did to muster their forces, and even at their peak, House Valyrian can only blockage and not conquer King's Landing. Gyldayn writes, "Those who sat at the Black Council counted themselves loyalists, but knew full well that King Aegon II would name them traitors. Each had already received a summons from King's Landing demanding they present themselves at the Red Keep to swear oaths of loyalty to the new king. All their hosts combined could not match the power the High Towers alone could field. Aegon's Greens enjoyed other advantages as well. Old Town, King's Landing, and Lannisport were the largest and richest cities in the realm. All three were held by Greens. Every visible symbol of legitimacy belonged to Aegon. He sat the Iron Throne. He lived in the Red Keep. He wore the Conqueror's crown, wielded the Conqueror's sword, and had been anointed by a Septon of the Faith before the eyes of tens of thousands. Grand Maester Orwyle sat in his councils, and the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard had placed the crown upon his princely head. And he was male, which, in the eyes of many, made him the rightful king, his half-sister, the usurper. Against all that, Rhaenyra's advantages were few. Some older lords might yet recall the oaths they had sworn when she was made Princess of Dragonstone and named her father's heir. There had been a time when she had been well loved by highborn and commons alike, when they had cheered her as the realm's delight. Many a young lord and noble knight had sought her favor then, though how many would still fight for her now that she was a woman wed, her body aged and thickened by 6 childbirths, was a question none could answer. Though her half-brother had looted their father's treasury, the princess had at her disposal the wealth of House Valyrian, and the Sea Snake's fleets gave her superiority at sea. It's so funny how Gyldayn goes out of his way to say Rhaenyra is fat now, so men will be less likely to support her. Also, all of Aegon's advantages are so superficial when really Rhaenyra has all the dragons. So Gyldayn presenting Aegon as though he is in the stronger position is just laughable. If Rhaenyra had just done the red sewing at the start, she would have had 10 dragons against the Greens' 4. Gyldayn writes, "And her consort, Prince Daemon, tried and tempered in the Stepstones, had more experience of warfare than all their foes combined. Last but far from least, Rhaenyra had her dragons. As does Aegon," Maester Geradus pointed out. "We have more," said Princess Rhaenys, the queen who never was, who had been a dragon rider longer than all of them. "And ours are larger and stronger. But for Vhagar, dragons thrive best here on Dragonstone." She tallied for the council. King Aegon had his Sunfire, Aemond One-Eyed rode Vhagar, Queen Helena's mount was Dreamfire, and Prince Daeron's dragon was Tessarion. "That makes 4 dragons of fighting size," said Rhaenys. Queen Helena's twins had their own dragons too, but no more than hatchlings. The usurper's youngest son, Maelor, was possessed only of an egg. Against that, Prince Daemon had Caraxes and Princess Rhaenyra Syrax, both huge and formidable beasts. Caraxes especially was fearsome and no stranger to blood and fire after the Stepstones. Rhaenyra's 3 sons by Lenore Valyrion were all dragon riders. Vermax, Arrax, and Tyraxus were thriving and growing larger every year. Aegon the Younger, eldest of Rhaenyra's 2 sons by Prince Daemon, commanded the young dragon Stormcloud, though he had yet to mount him. His little brother, Viserys, went everywhere with his egg. Rhaenys' own she-dragon, Meleys the Red Queen, had grown lazy, but remained fearsome when roused. Moreover, 6 other dragons made their lairs in the smoky caverns of the Dragonmont above the castle. There was Silverwing, good Queen Alysanne's mount of old, Sea Smoke, the pale grey beast that had been the pride and passion of Sir Laenor Valyrion, hoary old Vermithor, unridden since the death of King Jaehaerys. Honestly, Rhaenyra should have just accepted Aegon as king, but not left Dragonstone and then just waited while Luke, Baela, and Joffrey all get older. She recovers from her miscarriage and quietly finds riders for the 6 dragons on Dragonstone. Then she'll have 12 ferocious dragon riders against the Greens' 4. Then, if the Greens realize what Rhaenyra is doing, even if they attack with all 4 of their dragons, the Blacks can lay a trap for them on Dragonstone and ambush them with the Valyrian fleet in support. Gyldayn writes, Prince Daemon's twins by Laena Valyrion might yet be dragon riders too. Baela's dragon, the slender pale green moon dancer, would soon be large enough to bear the girl upon her back. And though her sister, Rhaenyra's egg, had hatched a broken thing that died within hours of emerging from the egg, Syrax had recently produced another clutch. One of her eggs had been given to Rhaenyra, and it was said that the girl slept with it every night and prayed for a dragon to match her sister's. And behind the mountain dwelled 3 wild dragons, never claimed nor ridden by any man, living or dead. The small folk had named them Sheep Stealer, Grey Ghost, and the Cannibal. Find riders to master Silverwing, Vermithor, and Sea Smoke, and we will have 9 dragons against Aegon's 4. Mount and fly their wild kin, and we will number 12, even without Stormcloud. Princess Rhaenys pointed out. That is how we shall win this war. Lords Celtigar and Staunton agreed. Aegon the Conqueror and his sisters had proved that knights and armies could not stand against fire and blood. Celtigar urged the princess to fly against King's Landing at once and reduce the city to ash and bone. And how will that serve us, my lord? The sea snake demanded of him. We want to rule the city, not burn it to the ground. It will never come to that, Celtigar insisted. The usurper will have no choice but to oppose us with his own dragons. Our 9 must surely overwhelm his 4. At what cost? Princess Rhaenyra wondered. My sons would be riding 3 of those dragons, I remind you, and it would not be 9 against 4. I will not be strong enough to fly for some time yet. And who is to ride Silverwing, Vermithor, and Sea Smoke? You, my lord? I hardly think so. It will be 5 against 4, and one of their 4 will be Vhagar. That is no advantage. Honestly, Rhaenyra just needed to hold up in Dragonstone and wait. Time favors her dragons, and it would be a death trap for the Greens if they tried to assault her island fortress like in the main series as we saw with Loras Tyrell and the Lannisters against Stannis. Gyldayn writes, surprisingly, Prince Daemon agreed with his wife. In the Stepstones, my enemies learnt to run and hide when they saw Caraxes' wings or heard his roar, but they had no dragons of their own. It is no easy thing for a man to be a dragon slayer, but dragons can kill dragons, and have. Any maester who has ever studied the history of Valyria can tell you that. I will not throw our dragons against the usurpers unless I have no other choice. There are other ways to use them, better ways. Then the prince laid his own strategies before the Black Council. So there is a twisted theory that Daemon always wanted his children by Rhaenyra to succeed him, and so he deliberately devised a strategy where he would not be forced to protect Rhaenyra's children by Lenore should it come to dragon-on-dragon battle by placing himself at Harrenhal. So, like we saw in the show, Daemon probably should have flown side by side with Jace and Luke to prevent their deaths, But by being at Harrenhal, Jace and Luke can be picked off one at a time by the Greens without Daemon incurring any risk to himself. Gyldayn writes, Rhaenyra must have a coronation of her own to answer Aegon's. Afterward, they would send out ravens calling on the lords of the Seven Kingdoms to declare their allegiance to their true queen. We must fight this war with words before we go to battle. The prince declared, the lords of the great houses held the key to victory, Daemon insisted. Their bannermen and vassals would follow where they led. Aegon the usurper had won the allegiance of the Lannisters of Castle Rock, and Lord Tyrell of Highgarden was a mewling boy in swaddling clothes, whose mother, acting as his regent, would most like align the reach with her over-mighty bannermen, the Hightowers. But the rest of the realm's great lords had yet to declare. So Daemon might be positioning himself to have the Riverlands support his children by Rhaenyra to claim the Iron Throne after defeating the Greens, which is the most strategic location to have after the Hightowers are crushed, to take King's Landing and install Prince Aegon, son of Daemon and Rhaenyra, on the Iron Throne. Gyldayn writes, Storm's End will stand with us. Princess Rhaenys said. She herself was of that blood on her mother's side, and the late Bourmond had always been the staunchest of friends. Well, as we know, Rhaenys was completely wrong, and Rhaenyra was incredibly lazy not to secure the second most strategic castle in Westeros to take King's Landing. Gyldayn writes, Prince Daemon had good reason to hope that the Maid of the Vale might bring the Eyrie to their side as well. Aegon would surely seek the support of Pike, he judged. Only with the support of the Iron Islands could Aegon hope to surpass the strength of House Valyrion at sea. But the Ironmen were notoriously fickle, and Dalton Greyjoy loved blood and battle. He might easily be persuaded to support the princess. The North was too remote to be of much importance in the fight, the council judged. By the time the Starks gathered their banners and marched south, the war might well be over, which left only the Riverlords, a notoriously quarrelsome lot ruled over, in name at least, by House Tully of Riverrun. We have friends in the Riverlands, the prince said, though not all of them dare show their colors yet. We need a place where they can gather, a toehold on the mainland large enough to host a sizable host, and strong enough to hold against whatever forces the usurper can send against us. He showed the lords a map. Here, Harrenhal. Daemon really is the Tywin Lannister of House of the Dragon, since both men immediately identify Harrenhal as the most strategic castle in the realm to threaten King's Landing and check the advance of any approaching army from getting to the capital without passing close enough to Harrenhal to incur a battle. Daemon literally surrounds the Greens in King's Landing while also preventing the Lannisters and Hightower armies from reaching the capital just by his presence, which is exactly what Tywin does. Renly would rather go fight Stannis at Storm's End than risk an engagement with Tywin Lannister at the walls of King's Landing, because from Renly's perspective, he thought Stannis would be easier to defeat than an unbloodied Tywin waiting for him at Harrenhal. Gyldayn writes, and so it was decided Prince Daemon would lead the assault on Harrenhal, riding Caraxes. Princess Rhaenyra would remain on Dragonstone until she recovered her strength. The Valyrian fleet would close off the gullet, sailing forth from Dragonstone and Driftmark to block all ships entering or leaving Blackwater Bay. We do not have the strength to take King's Landing by storm, Prince Daemon said. No more than our foes could hope to capture Dragonstone, but Aegon is a green boy, and green boys are easily provoked. Mayhaps we can goad him into a rash attack. The Sea Snake would command the fleet, whilst Princess Rhaenys flew overhead to keep their foes from attacking their ships with dragons. This is the wrong approach to win the war outright, but the right approach to secretly kill off both the Greens and Rhaenyra's children by Lenore, since Daemon, Rhaenys, Rhaenyra should have just waited on Dragonstone together for the Greens to attack them. Have the Valyrian fleet act as scouts with signals to warn Dragonstone of the approach of any green dragons, while the Blacks found dragon riders for Vermithor, Silverwing, Sea Smoke, and any others. Aegon the Conqueror proved that even if you have all 7 kingdoms declaring their armies for Aegon II, so long as you take out the green dragons, then you win. But obviously still try and get some of the Lords of Westeros to support you, but send ravens and not dragon riders. Gyldayn writes, "Meanwhile, ravens would go forth to Riverrun, the Eyrie, Pike, and Storm's End to gain the allegiance of their lords. Then spoke the Queen's eldest son, Jace. We should bear those messages," he said. "Dragons will win the lords over quicker than ravens." His brother Lucerys agreed, insisting that he and Jace were men, or near enough to make no matter. Jace, Luke, and Baelor are brave, and would all be perfect as support for Rhaenys, Daemon, and Rhaenyra. The Greens only have 2 strong dragon riders, while the Blacks have 3. So in those battles, while Aegon and Aemond are engaged in battle with Rhaenys, Daemon, or Rhaenyra at Dragonstone, have Jace, Luke, and Baelor try and snipe them with Dragonfire. Or better yet, just go and get more dragon riders to make it 9-on-4. Gyldayn writes, as Jace tells his mother, "Our uncle calls us Strongs, but when the lords see us on Dragonback, they will know that for a lie. Only Targaryens ride dragons." Mushroom tells us that the sea snake grumbled at this, insisting that the 3 boys were Valyrians. Yet he smiled as he said it, with pride in his voice. The show did have a really nice scene in Season 1 where Corlys talked to Luke about inheriting Driftmark, and the show really needed more scenes like this to flesh out the character relationships, and obviously when George R.R. Martin was involved, Season 1 did stuff like this, whereas Season 2 and 3 failed completely at this. Gyldayn writes, "Even young Joffrey chimed in, offering to mount his own dragon Tyraxus and join his brothers. Princess Rhaenyra forbade that. Joff was but 11, but Jacaerys was 14, Lucerys 13, bold and handsome lads, skilled in arms who had long served as squires. If you go as messengers, not as knights," she told them. "You must take no part in any fighting." Not until both boys had sworn solemn oaths upon a copy of the 7-pointed star would her grace consent to using them as her envoys. It was decided that Jace, being the older of the 2, would take the longer, more dangerous task, flying first to the Eyrie to treat with the Lady of the Vale, then to White Harbour to win over Lord Manderley, and lastly to Winterfell to meet with Lord Stark. Luke's mission would be shorter and safer. He was to fly to Storm's End, where it was expected that Boris Baratheon would give him a warm welcome. Honestly, the Blacks' incompetence for not securing House Baratheon cannot be overstated. This probably dragged out the war for 2 years because had they secured the Stormlands, Daemon could have held off the Lannisters and Hightower armies from reaching King's Landing while the Valyrians and Baratheons stormed the capital, and when the Greens deploy their dragons to fight, they would have no army to support them, and the Black Dragons could choose the most opportune time to engage them. Gyldayn writes, "A hasty coronation was held the next day. The arrival of Sir Stephen Darklyn, late of Aegon's Kingsguard, was an occasion of much joy on Dragonstone, especially when it was learned that he and his fellow loyalists, Turncloak Sir Otto would name them when offering a reward for their capture, had brought the stolen crown of King Jaehaerys the Conciliator. 300 sets of eyes looked on as Prince Daemon Targaryen placed the old king's crown on the head of his wife, proclaiming her Rhaenyra of House Targaryen, first of her name, Queen of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men. The prince claimed for himself the style Protector of the Realm, and Rhaenyra named her eldest son Jacaerys the Prince of Dragonstone and heir to the Iron Throne. Her first act as queen was to declare Sir Otto Hightower and Queen Alicent traitors and rebels. As for my half-brothers and my sweet sister Helena, she announced, They have been led astray by the counsel of evil men. Let them come to Dragonstone, bend the knee, and ask my forgiveness, and I shall gladly spare their lives and take them back into my heart. For they are my own blood, and no man or woman is as cursed as the kinslayer. I think silence would have been the best response, or send envoys to pretend to negotiate with the Greens, while Rhaenyra recovers from her miscarriage and they find more dragon riders. Time is Rhaenyra's friend, and so she should play it out. Treat this like a Cold War with nuclear weapons, but Rhaenyra's stockpile of nukes will increase faster than Aegon's, so long as Rhaenyra doesn't deploy hers unnecessarily. Rhaenyra has the strongest fortress to protect her dragons, Aegon doesn't. She also has a fleet of ships at her disposal, so the Greens are constantly vulnerable sitting in King's Landing, waiting. So use that. Don't let Daemon leave. Rhaenyra should consolidate her forces and wait. Time and defense aren't exciting, but they play directly to Rhaenyra's strengths. This is literally what Tywin did for most of A Clash of Kings, and it won him the war, while making too many moves can lead to unnecessary blunders like we saw with Robb, Jaime, and Balon. Gyldayn writes, word of Rhaenyra's coronation reached the Red Keep the next day, to the great displeasure of Aegon II. My half-sister and my uncle are guilty of high treason, the young king declared. I want them arrested, and I want them dead. Cooler heads on the Green Council wish to parley. The princess must be made to see that her cause is hopeless. Grand Maester Orwyle said, brother should not war against sister. Send me to her that we may talk and reach an amicable accord. Aegon would not hear of it. But when the two queens, his mother, Queen Alicent, and his wife, Queen Helena, spoke in favor of Orwyle's proposal, the truculent king gave way reluctantly. I think we can infer from this that Helena was never on board with overthrowing Rhaenyra, since she immediately advocated for peace and was given no role in the Green plot to steal the Iron Throne, which probably meant the Greens knew she couldn't be relied upon not to tip off Rhaenyra if she had been part of the schemes, and her husband does keep cheating on her. Gyldayn writes, so Grand Maester Orwyle was dispatched across Blackwater Bay under a peace banner, leading a retinue that included Sir Aric Cargyle of the Kingsguard and Sir Gawain Hightower of the Goldcloaks, along with a score of scribes and septons, amongst them Eustace. The terms offered by the king were generous, Monken declares in his true telling. If the princess would acknowledge him as king and make obedience before the Iron Throne, Aegon II would confirm her in her possession of Dragonstone and allow the island and castle to pass to her son Jacaerys upon her death. Her second son, Lucerys, would be recognized as the rightful heir to Driftmark, and the lands and holdings of House Valyrion, her boys by Prince Daemon, Aegon the Younger, and Viserys would be given places of honor at court, the former as the king's squire, the latter as his cupbearer. Pardons would be granted to those lords and knights who had conspired treasonably with her against their true king. These peace terms are ridiculous, and the fact Gyldayn says they are generous is almost all the proof you need to see he is a Green supporter. Gyldayn writes, Rhaenyra heard these terms in stony silence, then asked Orwyle if he remembered her father, King Viserys. Of course, your grace, the maester answered. Perhaps you can tell us who he named as his heir and successor. The queen said, her crown upon her head. You, your grace. Orwyle replied, and Rhaenyra nodded and said, with your own tongue you admit I am your lawful queen. Why then do you serve my half-brother, the Pretender? Monken tells us that Orwyle gave a long and complex reply, citing Andal law and the Great Council of 101. Mushroom claims he stammered and voided his bladder. Whichever is true, his answer did not satisfy Princess Rhaenyra. A Grand Maester should know the law and serve it. She told Orwyle, "You are no Grand Maester, and you bring only shame and dishonor to that chain you wear." As Orwyle protested feebly, Rhaenyra's knight stripped his chain of office from his neck and forced him to his knees, whilst the princess bestowed the chain upon her own man, Maester Garrodus, a true and leal servant of the realm and its laws. This is what the show should have done instead of the Greens sending Otto, because Otto is Hand of the King and too valuable to be sent as an envoy to Dragonstone. Also, having Rhaenyra fly her dragon behind the green envoys and not immediately getting stabbed was so stupid. It was meant to be a callback to episode 3 when Rhaenyra did the same thing when Otto was treating with Daemon. But why? Why would she land her dragon there and think the Greens wouldn't just kill her? Now, compared to Season 2, this stuff isn't that egregious, but once George R.R. Martin leaves, the HBO adaptation is about to get a lot more dumb. Also, the terms have Rhaenyra surrender 2 hostages and keep control of Dragonstone and Driftmark, which she already possesses. So how is this generous? The only generous terms Aegon II could offer is publicly declaring his eldest daughter Jaehaera the heir, and betrothing her to Rhaenyra and Daemon's eldest son, Aegon III, then sending Jaehaera to Dragonstone. These would be the only terms that Rhaenyra and Daemon could even consider accepting, although Corlys and Rhaenys would not like them. But again, the Old Town conspiracy wanted a dragon-on-dragon war. Gyldayn writes, "As Rhaenyra sent Orwyle and the other envoys on their way, she said, 'Tell my half-brother that I will have my throne, or I will have his head.' Long after the dance was done, the singer Lucian of Tarth would compose a sad ballad called 'Farewell, My Brother,' still sung today. The song purports to relate the last meeting between Sir Eric Cargyle and his twin Sir Eric, as Orwyle's party was boarding the ship that would carry them back to King's Landing. Sir Eric had sworn his sword to Aegon, Sir Eric to Rhaenyra. In the song, each brother tries to persuade the other to change sides, failing. They exchange declarations of love and part, knowing that when next they meet, it will be as enemies. It is possible that such a farewell did indeed take place that day on Dragonstone. However, none of our sources make mention of such. Honestly, House of the Dragon should have included this scene, instead of the 2 brothers arguing in episode 9 when they were retrieving Aegon for Alicent, since it would have been a much more emotional goodbye than what the show gave us. Gyldayn writes, "Aegon II was 22, quick to anger and slow to forgive. Rhaenyra's refusal to accept his rule enraged him. I offered her an honorable peace, and the spat in my face," he declared. What happens next is on her own head. What happened next was war. It's kind of obvious now why Viserys kept Rhaenyra as his heir, since Aegon was clearly too emotional and would not make for a good king, which honestly makes Show Otto so stupid for thinking his grandson was a better heir, and even Show Otto realized at the end that Viserys was right. By removing the Old Town conspiracy in the show, the Greens are just really dumb for stealing the throne. Gyldayn writes, "Aegon had been proclaimed king in the Dragon Pit, Rhaenyra queen on Dragonstone. All efforts at reconciliation having failed, the dance of the dragons now began in earnest." By all efforts, Gyldayn means literally one envoy mission, although Rhaenyra definitely should have sent back terms to buy time like Robb Stark was doing in the main series with the Lannisters. Anyway, subscribe for more.